Hey there. Tonight, you'll step into a different kind of history. Not marble palaces or grand senatorial halls, but the blood-soaked sand, the iron bars, and the echoing corridors beneath the arena. You'll live the life of a Roman gladiator, from your first day in chains to your last step onto the killing ground. You'll train, bleed, fight, and perform. Not for glory, but for the fleeting applause of a crowd that never remembers your name. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe. But only if it truly brings you a bit of peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to see who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Settle in. And let's begin at the moment you lose your freedom. You do not remember the first time you heard the word gladiator. Perhaps it was shouted from a street corner in some distant market square, carried on the scent of roasting meat and fresh olives. A tale told by a man with too much wine and too few teeth. Or perhaps it was a whisper in a soldier's tent, as spoils were counted and prisoners chosen. A casual remark tossed out as casually as one might discuss the weather. You didn't know then that the word would one day define your existence. It is strange in a way how little control a man can have over his own life. One moment you are free, a soldier perhaps, or a farmer, or merely an unlucky soul caught on the wrong side of Rome's endless thirst for conquest. The next, you are shackled, your wrists rubbed raw by iron that does not care if you are noble or common, brave or cowardly. You are cargo now, a thing to be bought, used and discarded. You have travelled far. The sun here burns differently, glaring down upon a city that seems to pulse with wealth and cruelty in equal measure. The streets of Rome stretch before you, crowded with citizens dressed in brilliant white togas and poor souls in threadbare tunics. You see children darting between market stalls, vendors hawking dates and fish and bolts of purple cloth. Somewhere in the distance, laughter rings out from a tavern. It is a city alive with sound and ambition, and none of it has any place for you. The market where you are taken is not the kind where respectable Romans shop for olive oil or garum. This is the slave market, tucked behind the grander forums and the temples gleaming with marble. Here, men and women are displayed like livestock, their value assessed not in talent or virtue, but in the strength of their limbs and the health of their teeth. You stand with a group of fellow captives, the stink of fear and sweat hanging thick in the air. Some cry openly, others stare blankly ahead. A few, the ones who have perhaps seen too much already, wear an expression of grim resignation. You try to hold yourself steady, though your knees ache and your stomach is hollow with hunger. Days in transit have left you gaunt and dirty, your hair matted with dust. The auction begins. A stout man with a booming voice strides to the front, barking out prices as buyers stroll past. One by one, your fellow captives are dragged onto a crude, wooden platform and turned this way and that, as if they were cuts of meat at a butcher's stall. Muscles are squeezed, teeth are inspected, old scars prodded. You watch a wiry man with haunted eyes sell for a pitiful sum. A young woman weeps as she is claimed by a leering merchant. Then it is your turn. Rough hands shove you forward. You climb onto the platform, blinking against the midday glare. Below you, a crowd of buyers mutters and murmurs, eyes flitting over your frame. You are stripped of the remnants of your clothing, left standing naked before them all. The humiliation burns hotter than the sun. You remind yourself not to flinch, not to look away. Show weakness here, and your price will plummet, and with it, any hope of surviving what lies ahead. A man steps forward from the throng. He is tall, broad of shoulder, his tunic dyed a rich crimson. Around his neck hangs a chain of gold, and at his side is a short staff, the mark of a Lannister, a trainer and owner of gladiators. You've heard of such men. They run the ludus, the grim schools where fighters are shaped into tools of blood and spectacle. To be bought by such a man is no mercy. It means a life of training, pain, and the endless roar of the amphitheatre. The Lannister gestures to the auctioneer. They speak in low tones, glancing your way. He inspects you himself, gripping your arms, thumping your chest, forcing your mouth open to peer at your teeth. You meet his gaze, hoping to project some measure of strength. He grunts, apparently satisfied. A price is agreed upon. You are sold. Iron shackles are fastened once more around your wrists, and you are led away from the market, past streets teeming with life. You catch snatches of conversation, talk of politics, of the latest military victories, of the upcoming games. Ah yes, the games, someone says. Word is there will be a great spectacle next month. Lions and gladiators, and no shortage of blood. The words sink deep into your gut. The Lannister's slaves march you through a heavy iron gate into the courtyard of the ludus. This is to be your new home, though calling it such feels like mockery. The walls loom high, topped with iron spikes to deter escape. Within the compound, men of every hue and origin toil and sweat beneath the gaze of armed guards. Some train with wooden swords against straw dummies. Others spar beneath the harsh commands of drill masters. The scent here is a pungent blend of sweat, leather, and old blood. You are taken first to the scribes, who record your name, or what passes for it now. Many captives lose even that small piece of identity, given instead a new name chosen by their owner. A name that will look good on posters and thrill the crowd. You may be lucky and keep your old name. You may be reborn as Scaver, or Spiculus, or some other moniker meant to sound suitably fearsome. Either way, the man you were is gone. Next comes branding. You're forced to kneel as a hot iron is pressed to your thigh. The searing pain eclipses all else, and the scent of your own burning flesh nearly makes you retch. The mark identifies you as property of this particular ludus, a thing to be returned if lost, a thing that can be replaced. Finally, you are shown to your cell. It is a narrow stone chamber, scarcely large enough to stretch out in. The floor is cold, the air damp. A thin straw pallet and a coarse blanket are your only comforts. Still, you are too exhausted to care. You collapse upon the straw, your body aching from days of travel and the fresh torment of the brand. Sleep does not come easily. The sounds of the ludus seep through the walls, the clash of wooden swords, the bark of orders, the low moans of the wounded. Somewhere nearby, a man sobs softly. You wonder who he was, and what path led him here. You wonder the same about yourself. In the morning, training begins. You are hauled from your cell before the sun has fully risen, thrust into a yard where a grim-faced drill master awaits. His voice is rough from years of shouting, his gaze cold as iron. He wastes no time. you are handed a wooden sword and told to fight. Not well, not bravely, but precisely. Every movement is dissected. Every mistake earns a blow from his staff. The training ground is a pitiless place. You learn to march in formation, to lunge and parry, to anticipate the movements of an opponent. The wooden sword feels awkward at first, its weight unfamiliar. But muscle memory comes with repetition, and the certainty that failure means punishment. Already you see the results upon the bodies of your fellow trainees, bruises dark as wine, welts across backs and arms, noses broken and left to heal crooked. There is little respite. Meals are brief and uninspiring. Thick barley porridge with occasional scraps of meat or dried fruit, meant to fuel the body, not delight the palate. You eat in silence, wary of the guards and your fellow gladiators alike. Trust is a luxury here, and friendship can swiftly turn to betrayal when the arena demands it. At night, you return to your cell, muscles trembling with exhaustion. You tend your bruises as best you can, using what little cloth and water is available. The thought creeps in unbidden. How many days will pass before you are deemed ready for the arena? How many nights will you spend in this stone coffin, dreading the dawn? And yet, a strange thing happens. As days blur into weeks, your body begins to harden. The wooden sword no longer feels so foreign in your grip. Your feet learn to dance across the sand, your eyes to read the stance of an opponent. The bruises remain, but the pain dulls. Or perhaps you simply grow used to it. The drill master watches you closely. You cannot tell whether he sees promise in you, or merely another body to be flung into the pit. But you fight harder, train longer. Not out of loyalty or pride, but because survival depends upon it. One evening, as the sun dips low and the shadows lengthen, you overhear a conversation between two veteran fighters. "The games are coming soon," one says, voice low. "A dozen new men to be sent in. Few will last a day. You know without asking that you will be among them. And so you lie upon your straw that night, staring at the cracked ceiling of your cell. The word gladiator echoes in your mind. Not a story, not a boast, not a distant spectacle, but a fate you cannot escape. The crowd will soon roar for your blood, and you will have no choice but to give it. The first lesson you learn in the Ludus is this: your body is not your own. It belongs to the lanista now, and by extension to the crowd. You may think of yourself as a man, but the daily routine here will soon teach you otherwise. You are a tool to be sharpened, displayed and broken for the amusement of others. Whether you live or die is a secondary concern, provided you entertain. Your days begin long before the sun rises. In the darkness of your cell, you stir at the sound of iron keys turning in the heavy lock. The door creaks open, and a guard's voice, coarse from too many years spent barking orders, jolts you fully awake. "Out. Now," the drill master waits. You swing your legs off the straw pallet, muscles already protesting. Sleep was fitful at best. The cold stone beneath your blanket seemed to seep into your bones. Your shoulder throbs from yesterday's blow with a wooden staff. A correction, as the drill master called it. You bite back a groan. Pain is expected here. Complaining about it is not. Stepping into the corridor, you join the line of fellow gladiators in training. Some are fresh like you, eyes wide and limbs uncertain. Others bear the hardened expressions of men who have seen the inside of the amphitheatre and returned. They do not speak. They march in grim silence toward the training yard, each step measured, each glance wary. The yard itself is a harsh expanse of packed dirt, encircled by high stone walls. Wooden posts, scarred from countless strikes, stand like skeletal trees, targets for thrusts and slashes. To one side, racks of training weapons await, wooden swords, heavy shields, and blunt-edged daggers. On the far end stands the drill master, a broad-shouldered brute with arms like tree trunks, and a face that looks as though it was carved from granite. His eyes sweep over the gathered men with a mixture of disdain and grim amusement. "Form ranks," he bellows. "You are here to fight, not to shuffle like old women." You move quickly to obey. Hesitation earns only one thing here. Pain, the drill master, carries a stout wooden staff, worn smooth from years of use, not for demonstration but for striking. You have already seen men doubled over from its blows, ribs cracked beneath its merciless arc. The staff does not discriminate. Tall or short, strong or weak, it punishes all who falter. Training begins with footwork. You are taught to move in the sand with balance and speed, not the clumsy stomping of a brawler, but the measured steps of a dancer. At first it feels unnatural. Your feet drag. You stumble. A sharp crack across your thigh reminds you to correct your posture. Pain is a swift instructor. Next come the drills. You are paired with another trainee and handed a wooden sword. A rudis, deceptively simple in appearance. Its weight is intended to build strength, heavier than the real gladius you will one day wield in the arena. You are shown the basic strikes: overhead slash, thrust to the belly, cut to the thigh. Each movement must be precise. Sloppiness is punished with a jab of the staff or a derisive shout. "Again," the drill master commands. "And again." You will do this until your arms fall off, and then you will use your teeth. You lose count of the repetitions. Sweat pours from your brow, stinging your eyes. Your grip slips. Blisters bloom upon your palms. When you falter, the staff finds your ribs. "Hold it like a man, not a fishwife," the drill master sneers. You grit your teeth and press on. Between drills, you glimpse the veterans sparring at the far end of the yard. Their movements are swift, fluid, a deadly dance honed by countless hours of practice. They strike with controlled ferocity, eyes locked, bodies coiled like serpents. You watch with a mixture of awe and dread. These are the men who survive in the arena. You wonder if you will ever match their skill, or if you will die before the chance. When the sun reaches its zenith, the drill master calls a brief halt. You are herded toward a shaded corner where large earthen jars of water await. You drink greedily, the cool liquid a rare comfort. Beside the jars sits a large wooden trough filled with barley porridge, thick, coarse, and utterly joyless. Hordeari, they call you behind your backs. Barley men. It is not a compliment. The diet of a gladiator is designed to build bulk and endurance, not pleasure the palate. Barley porridge, beans, and occasional scraps of meat form the staple fare. Fresh fruit is a rarity. Wine, if given, is watered down to the point of insult. The aim is to keep you strong, not happy. As you eat, you overhear snatches of conversation. A veteran speaks in low tones to another. 2 days more, and they send us to the arena. New batch of Germans, I hear. Should be a fine slaughter. The words chill you more than the morning air. You are not yet ready. No one ever is. After the brief meal, training resumes. Now the focus shifts to defense. You are handed a heavy wooden shield and taught the art of blocking and parrying. The shield strains your already aching arms. The drill master demonstrates with cruel efficiency, striking from angles you failed to anticipate. You learn quickly that a poorly held shield is an invitation to pain. As the hours grind on, exhaustion sets in. Your legs tremble. Your breath comes in ragged gasps. Yet the drill master shows no mercy. "You think the enemy will tire first?" he shouts. "You think the crowd cares if you are weary? Fight through it or die!" The final drill of the day is the most brutal. The pell, a tall wooden post meant to simulate an opponent. You are ordered to strike it repeatedly, overhead, side cuts, thrusts, without pause. Each blow sends shock waves through your arms. The wood does not yield, neither does the drill master. "Harder, faster," he roars. "Strike as though your life depends upon it, because it does." By the time the sun dips low, you are scarcely able to lift your sword. Blisters weep blood. Your tunic clings to your sweat-drenched body. Yet you stand in ranks once more as the drill master surveys you. "Some of you may live to fight in the arena," he says. "Most of you will not. Remember this, the crowd does not cheer for the timid, they cheer for blood. Learn to give it to them, or be the one bleeding." With the grim benediction, you are dismissed. Staggering, you return to your cell. The corridor is eerily quiet. The day has left even the bravest men broken with fatigue. You collapse onto your pallet, too weary to care about the filth that clings to your skin. Sleep is no kinder tonight than it was before. Bruises throb. Muscles cramp. You shift restlessly, haunted by visions of the arena. You've seen the amphitheatre from a distance, a towering colossus of stone and sand. Soon you will stand within its pit, beneath the gaze of thousands. The thought coils in your stomach like a serpent. Dawn comes all too soon. Again the key turns in the lock. Again the guard's voice shatters the fragile peace. You rise, body stiff, and shuffle toward the yard. Another day of the same torment awaits. This is your life now, a ceaseless cycle of sweat, pain, and fear. You are being forged into a weapon, but whether you will survive long enough to wield it remains to be seen. And as the whip cracks once more in the morning light, you know this much is certain. In the ludus, mercy is as rare as wine. It is one thing to learn how to fight. It is quite another to learn how to die properly. In the ludus, both are equally important. You would think that in a school designed to turn men into living weapons, the instructors would focus solely on helping you survive. And they do, up to a point. But the grim reality is that no matter how skilled you become, no matter how strong or fast, there will come a day when some other man or beast bests you. On that day, you must face death with a certain flair. No one wants to see a gladiator blubbering and begging on the sand. They want to see courage, defiance, and perhaps even a touch of nobility, especially if you're about to be skewered like a roast boar. The first time the drill master says the words, "learn to die," you think you've misheard. But no, he means exactly what he says. After a brutal morning spent hacking at the pell until your arms turn to jelly, you and the others are summoned to the central yard. A wooden platform has been erected there, low and circular, an imitation of the raised stage in the amphitheatre. The drill master, his scarred face betraying neither warmth nor malice, simply weary professionalism, strides onto the platform. In his hand is a rudis, or the same type of wooden training sword you've grown both to hate and to respect. "You've learned to strike," he says, voice carrying easily across the yard. You've learned to block. You've learned to endure. Now you must learn to die. A ripple of uneasy glances passes through your ranks. You're all thinking the same thing. We came here to survive, not to rehearse our deaths. But no one speaks. You know better than to question an order in this place. The drill master beckons one of the veteran fighters forward. A Gaul with a jagged scar across his cheek and arms corded with muscle. The man mounts the platform with casual ease, as though walking to a tavern stage, not to a mock execution. Watch, the drill master commands, and remember. What follows is equal parts theatre and grim ritual. The Gaul assumes a combat stance, then feigns receiving a fatal blow to the side. He staggers, dropping to one knee, his expression a carefully controlled mix of pain and defiance. Slowly he raises the index finger of his left hand, the ad digitum gesture, signalling submission and pleading for mercy. In a real arena, this moment would be met with roaring approval or baying cries for blood from the crowd. The editor of the games, seated in his box, would render the final judgment. Thumbs up, and you live. Thumbs down, and you die. Here the drill master plays both judge and crowd. He gives a curt nod, and the Gaul collapses fully to the sand, eyes closing, body relaxing into the final stillness of death. Again, the drill master says. The Gaul repeats the performance, this time showing what happens when no mercy is granted. Instead of raising the finger, he staggers to his feet one last time, defiant to the end, then falls in a dramatic sprawl as if slain outright. The lesson is clear. Not only must you fight well, you must also know how to fall. The crowd expects a show. They want blood, yes, but also poetry in motion. A gladiator who dies with grace and defiance may be remembered. One who dies whimpering will be forgotten, or worse, scorned. Now it is your turn. You ascend the platform with leaden feet, your heart hammering as though this mock death might be real. The drill master instructs you to imagine a mortal wound. Feel the blade, he says. Feel your strength leaving you, then die well. It feels absurd at first. You stagger and clutch your side in what you hope looks like pain, then sink to your knees, hesitating before raising your finger. Too slow. A crack across your back from the staff corrects that. Faster, the drill master snaps. You will not have the luxury of thinking when you bleed for real. You try again, and again. With each repetition, the act becomes less awkward. You learn to fall in a way that will not break your bones but still looks convincing. You practice gasping convincingly, not flopping about like a dying fish. You master the subtle art of keeping one eye half open to judge the crowd's reaction while pretending to be at death's door. There is a grim humour in it all, though no one dares laugh. You catch glimpses of your fellow trainees exaggerating their stumbles or perfecting a stoic, statuesque death pose. One man, a wiry Greek, manages to fall so elegantly that even the veterans murmur approval. Perhaps you'll make a fine corpse one day, a grizzled Mamillo quips. The Greek grins faintly. It is the first smile you've seen in days. Of course, not every death in the arena is planned. Sometimes a blade finds its mark unexpectedly, and the only performance is the involuntary twitching of limbs as life slips away. But the drill master insists that even in the chaos of battle, you must remember your role. A good death may earn the editor's mercy. A poor one seals your fate. In between these morbid rehearsals, your combat training continues. The rudis is gradually replaced with real steel, first dulled, then sharpened. You are assigned a gladiator type, based on your physique and fighting style. The options are many, each with its own distinct flair. If you are tall and broad, you may become a Mamilo, wielding a heavy shield and short sword, your head encased in a gleaming helmet. If you are agile and wiry, you might train as a retiarius, armed with trident and net, darting about like a fisherman gone mad. Others become secutores, phrases, or hoplomachy, each type designed to create varied and thrilling matches. You, as it happens, are chosen as a secutor, a hunter of the net fighters. Your armour is designed to allow pursuit, your helmet smooth and rounded to deflect the retiarius's trident. It is a role requiring relentless aggression and stamina, neither of which comes naturally to you. But here you have no say. You are shaped according to the whims of the lanista and the entertainment needs of the arena. The first time you spar with a retiarius is a humbling affair. The net, wielded with surprising skill, tangles your legs and sends you sprawling. The trident's blunted tines thump your chest and ribs with bruising force. You rise, gasping, only to be caught again. The drill master watches impassively. Better to learn this lesson here, he says, than when the trident is real. You train relentlessly, bruises multiplying with each passing day. The net becomes less mysterious. You learn to cut it away, to close the distance before the retiarius can strike. You spar against other secutores, refining your footwork, mastering the brutal rhythm of attack and guard. Yet always the lessons on dying return. You're reminded constantly. One slip, one missed block, and all your training will end in a final public performance of the most permanent kind. At night, back in your cell, you sometimes wonder at the strange transformation overtaking you. Weeks ago you were a prisoner, uncertain even how to grip a sword. Now you move with the wary grace of a predator. Your muscles harden, your reflexes sharpen. You think less about survival and more about the next blow, the next feint, the next moment of spectacle. It is a kind of madness, this world of the gladiator. Men cheer for your pain, wager on your suffering, revel in your blood. And here you are, being trained not only to feed their appetites, but to do so with artistry. You lie on the straw, listening to the snores and coughs of your fellow captives. Somewhere in the distance, a lyre plays a mournful tune. Perhaps a wealthy Roman entertains his guests even now, speaking of the new batch of fighters soon to grace the sands. You close your eyes, picturing the arena once more. Not the structure. You know its towering walls and iron gates well enough by now. No, you imagine the faces. The eager crowd, the calculating editor, the pitiless eyes of your opponent. And in that imagined space, you rehearse the final act. The slow collapse, the raised finger, the resolute stare. If fate decrees that your moment will come, you will meet it with grim dignity. Because here, in the shadow of Rome's greatest theatre of blood, even death must be performed to perfection. You soon discover that the worst enemy in the ludus is not the drill master's staff, the blisters blooming on your palms, or even the certainty of future bloodshed. No, the cruelest torment is found in the friendships you cannot help but form. It happened slowly at first. When you first arrived, gaunt and bruised from captivity and the market, the other gladiators barely acknowledged you. They had seen too many wide-eyed newcomers to waste kindness on one more dead man walking. Yet as the days grind on and you survive each round of training, something shifts. You begin to share space in the yard with the same cluster of men. You spar against them, fall beside them, rise with them again. You sweat and bleed on the same stretch of sand, stumble to the same troughs for water, curse beneath your breath during endless drills. And somewhere in that weary rhythm, grudging nods turn into brief words, words into conversation, conversation into a strange and fragile form of camaraderie. There is Marcus, an ex-legionary, whose towering frame earned him a Mamaeo's shield and gladius. He speaks little of his past, but fights with terrifying efficiency, as though every opponent were a ghost from some long-forgotten battlefield. There is Philo, the wiry Greek, who somehow manages to turn even the bleakest drills into a chance for sardonic wit. At least in the arena, he quips one sweltering afternoon, the crowd will be too loud to hear the drill master shout. There is Varro, a Gaul with a booming laugh and a fondness for dice games, though his luck at them seems inversely proportional to his skill with a blade. And then there is you, still a newcomer in many ways, still learning the grim choreography of combat and death, yet no longer entirely alone. The bonds form not because you seek them out, but because the alternative is unthinkable. In this place of iron and blood, a man without allies is a man already half dead. You may not trust these men fully. Trust here is a fragile coin, but you learn to value their presence. A nod from Marcus across the yard, a muttered joke from Philo as the sun beats down, a shared loaf of coarse bread from Varro when rations run thin. Small moments, but they matter. Of course, the unspoken truth shadows every word and gesture. At any time, the editor of the Dames, or the whims of the Lannister, might decide that you and Marcus, or Philo, or Varro, will face each other beneath the roar of the crowd. And when that day comes, all camaraderie must fall away beneath the cold weight of survival. You tell yourself you will be ready if that day comes. You tell yourself it is better not to grow too close. Yet the heart rarely heeds such logic. Shared hardship breeds a kind of brotherhood that defies reason. The ludus itself encourages these uneasy bonds, though not out of kindness. The Lannister knows that a fighter who trains in complete isolation becomes brittle, prone to despair. A man who fights for something, even the faint kinship of his fellows, fights harder. And so, during rare hours of rest, you are allowed to mingle in the courtyard, to sit by the brazier when the chill creeps in, to speak in low tones beneath the gaze of the guards. It is during one such evening that you find yourself seated with Marcus, Philo, and Varro, the four of you passing a battered jug of watered wine between weary hands. The day's drills have left your bodies aching, but for a brief moment, the sting of the lash and the press of the shield are distant memories. You fight well, Marcus says quietly, staring into the flickering flames. Better than when you first came. You nod, unsure whether to feel pride or dread at the compliment. Philo smirks. At this rate, they'll have him in the arena by next moon. We should start betting. Varro laughs, the sound rolling across the courtyard like distant thunder. I will wager 5 denarii he survives his first bout, and another 5 he spends the winnings on better wine than this will. You chuckle along with them, though a knot tightens in your gut. The arena. Your first fight. The thought has haunted your nights more than you care to admit. To hear it spoken of so casually is both comforting and terrifying. As the evening wears on, the conversation drifts, from tales of distant lands to rumours of an upcoming festival where particularly grand games are planned. You learn that Philo once studied rhetoric before fate delivered him here, that Varro has a wife and son in a village far beyond the reach of Rome's legions, that Marcus fought in Germania and saw things no man should see. And you speak little of your past. It is easier that way. The man you were matters less with each passing day, yet even as laughter flickers like the firelight, the shadow remains. Each of you knows that one day, perhaps sooner than any of you wish, you may be ordered to draw steel against one another. And when that moment comes, there will be no time for hesitation, no space for mercy. The first time you witness this bitter truth is during a paired sparring match arranged for the Lanister's amusement. The fighters called are Antonius and Gaius, two men who have trained side by side for nearly a year, their friendship evident to all. They step into the sand with grim faces, offering each other a brief clasp of forearms before the signal is given. What follows is brutal and swift. There is no room for restraint. The drill master watches closely, as does the Lannister from his shaded seat. Blades flash, shields crash. Gaius gains the advantage with a sharp thrust to Antonius's thigh. Blood spatters the sand. The drill master calls a halt, and healers rush in. Yet the damage is done, not only to Antonius's flesh, but to the bond between the two men. That night, the courtyard is quieter than usual. Even Philo offers no quips. The reality of your life is clearer than ever. You may drink with a man one evening, and be expected to spill his blood the next. And yet, the friendships persist. You need them, even knowing the risk. Without them, the grind of the ludus would hollow you out from within. It is the knowing glance from Marcus when the drill master's gaze lingers too long. The whispered advice from Philo before a difficult drill. The rough hand of Varro hauling you to your feet after a bruising fall. You give such aid in return, though part of you wonders if each small kindness is a seed of future regret. One particularly sweltering afternoon, as you and Philo rest between rounds of net and trident drills, he leans close and murmurs, "When the time comes, if it comes, strike clean." No hesitation. That is the only mercy we can offer. You nod, throat tight. It is a grim pact, unspoken yet understood among all who wear the gladiator's harness. Fight as though your life depends on it, because it does. And when the blade must fall upon a friend, make it swift. As the days turn to weeks, the bonds deepen despite your efforts to remain detached. Perhaps it is human nature, refusing to be entirely crushed by the cold machinery of the games. Or perhaps it is simple madness, clinging to the illusion of connection in a world designed to strip it away. In the quieter moments, you sometimes catch yourself imagining a different life, one where you might have known these men as comrades in a legion, or merchants sharing wine in a bustling tavern, not as fellow instruments of death. But such thoughts are dangerous. You push them aside. One morning a new list is posted outside the drill master's quarters. The roster for the next series of matches. You scan it with a mix of dread and anticipation. Your name is there. Your first fight has come. And beside it, Marcus. You feel the world tilt beneath your feet. He sees it too, across the yard. Your eyes meet. For a long moment, neither of you speaks. Then Marcus inclines his head, slow and solemn. "When the time comes," he says, voice rough as old leather. We fight with all we have. You nod, though the words catch in your throat. As the sun rises the next day, the whip cracks and the drills resume. The cycle continues. Sweat, blood, and sand. But now, every glance carries new weight. Every sparring blow lands a little harder. Because you know, soon, the brotherhood forged in the shadows of the ludus will be tested beneath the blinding glare of the arena. And when that moment comes, friendship will mean nothing, only survival. It begins before dawn, as so many of the worst days do. You lie on your straw pallet, eyes open in the gloom, the thin blanket clutched loosely across your chest. Sleep has not visited tonight. Not truly. For hours you have drifted in that anxious twilight between waking and dreaming, your mind returning again and again to a single thought. Today is the day. It is written plainly enough on the roster posted outside the drill master's quarters. Your name, Marcus's name, the date, the amphitheatre, your first fight. For weeks you have trained, sweated, bled. You have fallen and risen, struck and been struck. You have learned the dance of blade and shield, the grim theatre of dying well. You have watched your comrades spar with increasing ferocity as the games draw near. And now, it is your turn. The key rattles in the lock. You rise without needing to be called. The guards lead you and the others to the baths, not for comfort, but for spectacle. The crowd expects more than blood. They expect beauty, a certain savage pageantry. And so you are stripped and scrubbed, the grime of the ludus scoured from your skin. Oils are rubbed into your muscles to bring out their sheen beneath the harsh light of the arena. Your hair is combed, your beard trimmed or shaved as needed. A thin tunic is draped over your shoulders, to be removed later with practiced flourish before the fight. You glance at Marcus across the chamber. He gives a faint nod, the same mixture of grim resolve and distant sadness etched upon his face. Next comes the procession, the pompa. You are herded into the courtyard of the ludus, where carts and attendants await. The other fighters for the day are assembled here as well. Men from distant lands, some veterans, some trembling with barely concealed fear. A troupe of musicians tunes lyres and pipes. Actors in grotesque masks rehearse pantomimes to entertain the early arrivals. This is not merely a series of fights. It is a full day's spectacle, a grand performance for Rome's insatiable appetite. At a shouted command, you and the others mount the carts. The wheels creak as the procession begins its slow roll through the streets of Rome. Guards march alongside, their spears gleaming in the morning sun. Ahead, banners flutter in the breeze, emblazoned with the sigil of the game's sponsor, a wealthy senator whose name you scarcely register. To him, this is an opportunity for glory, political favour. To you, it is a matter of life and death. The streets are already filling with spectators, eager to secure good seats. Children perch on their fathers' shoulders. Hawkers cry the merits of fresh dates, honeyed nuts, and spiced wine. The scent of roasting meat drifts thick upon the air. As your cart rolls past, faces turn to watch. Some jeer, others cheer. A few stare with morbid curiosity, as though appraising livestock before a slaughter. You stare straight ahead, willing your expression to remain stone. You have seen men smile or wave to the crowd in these moments, desperate to curry favour. But you have also seen how quickly the mob turns, how thin the line between applause and scorn. Better to remain unreadable. At last, The great silhouette of the amphitheatre looms into view, the Colosseum itself, a towering monument to Roman might and cruelty. Even from this distance, its size stuns you anew. Stories and paintings do not prepare a man for the reality of its immense stone arches, its rows upon rows of tiered seating, the banners streaming from its heights. You are led through a side entrance, beneath the stands, into the bowels of the structure. Here the air is cool, damp with the scent of earth and blood. The sounds of the crowd filter through the stone above, the distant roar of 1,000 voices, rising and falling like the sea. You are taken to the spoliarium, the staging area for the fighters. Here, the final preparations unfold. You are handed your weapons, not the blunted practice tools of the ludus, but gleaming steel. Your shield, freshly oiled. Your helmet, its visor polished to a dull shine. The weight of the gear settles upon you like a shroud. Attendants adjust your armour, tighten straps, murmur words of encouragement or empty platitudes. One offers a swallow of watered wine to steady your nerves. You take it gratefully. Across the chamber, Marcus is similarly prepared. You catch his eye once more. No words pass between you. None are needed. A trumpet blares, the signal. The pompa is about to begin. You and the others are arranged in pairs and ranks, the veterans leading the way. The gates open, sunlight spilling into the dimness. The roar of the crowd swells, crashing over you like a wave. And then you march. The pompa is as much ritual as procession. The entire day is designed to whet the crowd's appetite, to elevate the spectacle to something beyond mere slaughter. You file into the arena in orderly lines, weapons at your sides, heads held high. The sand beneath your feet is hot already, the sun glaring down from a cloudless sky. Around you, tens of thousands of faces peer down. Senators recline in shaded boxes, fanning themselves languidly. Merchants and craftsmen fill the middle tiers, shouting wages and toasting with cheap wine. The common rabble pack the upper rows, their cries the loudest and most vulgar. In the editor's box sits the sponsor of the games, resplendent in purple-trimmed robes. His gesture will determine the fate of many men this day. You wonder idly if he knows your name. Likely not. A herald steps forward, voice amplified by the acoustics of the great space. He recites the opening invocation, praising the gods and the might of Rome. The crowd answers with a cheer that rattles your bones. Then, as tradition dictates, the fighters raise their weapons in salute to the editor. Ave, Imperator, morituri te salutant. The words leave your lips with practised ease, though their meaning weighs heavy upon your heart. Hail, we who are about to die, salute you. The crowd roars again, the pompa concludes, and you are led back beneath the stands to await your turn. The first bouts begin, mock hunts with wild beasts, archers and spearmen demonstrating their skill. The crowd delights in every bloodied pelt and fallen creature. Time stretches unnaturally in the dim holding chamber. You pace, stretch, steady your breath. Marcus does the same. At one point he speaks softly. When the signal comes, we fight. No holding back. You nod. You had hoped the Lanista might pair you with another, but fate, or cruelty, has decreed otherwise. Another trumpet blast. The next bout is called. Your name, Marcus's name. You grip your sword tighter, the leather of the hilt warm against your palm. The guards lead you once more through the corridors, up the ramp to the arena floor. The sunlight blinds you for a heartbeat as you emerge. The crowd surges to its feet. voices crashing together in a deafening wall of sound. You face Marcus across the sand. The editor raises his hand, the signal to begin, and in that instant all friendship falls away. You move first, shield high, sword angled low. Marcus meets you head on, his blade flashing. The dance begins. Thrust, parry, shield slam, step aside, circle, strike. Your world narrows to the gleam of steel and the heat of the sun upon your back. Each blow is delivered with grim precision. There is no room for hesitation. To falter now is to die. You land a cut to Marcus's shoulder. He grimaces but counters with a blow that rattles your shield. The crowd roars approval, hungry for more. Blood spatters the sand. Time loses meaning. You fight as though possessed, driven by training, instinct, the primal will to survive. Somewhere beneath it all, a small voice whispers of sorrow, but it is drowned by the clash of blades. At last, Marcus stumbles, the wound on his shoulder slowing his shield arm. You seize the opening, driving him back. He falls to one knee, breathing hard, sword trembling. He raises his finger, the ad digitum, signalling surrender. You lower your blade, chest heaving. The editor stands, considering. The crowd chants, some for mercy, others for blood. A moment suspended in time. At last, the editor gives a curt nod. Mercy granted. Relief floods you so swiftly it nearly unmakes you. You lower your sword fully, helping Marcus to his feet. For a brief heartbeat, amid the deafening cheers, your eyes meet. And in that gaze is everything words cannot say. You march from the arena together, battered but alive. Today you have survived the crowd. Tomorrow, who can say? You would think that after the first fight, the blood, the roar of the crowd, the crack of steel upon bone, a man would grow numb to fear. That something inside would harden, like iron forged in the fires of the arena. But fear is not so easily banished. It merely learns to hide beneath the surface, biding its time until the next trumpet sounds. In the days following your match with Marcus, you walk through the ludus with a strange new weight upon your shoulders. On the surface, little has changed. The drills continue. The drill master shouts. The staff cracks down upon those who falter. Yet among your fellow gladiators, there is a subtle shift. Some offer you nods of respect now, brief and unsentimental. Others glance away, as though wary of a man who has already faced the sand and returned. Marcus remains your companion in training, though there is an unspoken understanding between you. What was tested in the arena need not be discussed. You are sore in places you did not know could ache. The wound on your ribs, courtesy of Marcus's last desperate thrust, oozes and burns beneath the crude poultice the healers applied. You limp through the next few days of footwork drills, each step a reminder of your fragile mortality. And still, the cycle grinds on. The second lesson of the arena is this: survival alone is not enough. The crowd must be entertained. The editor must be pleased. A fighter who wins without spectacle earns little favour. A fighter who fights with courage, skill, and a flair for the dramatic may live to fight another day, and perhaps even be spared when fortune turns. You are taught this lesson not in the dusty yard of the ludus, but beneath the vaulted ceiling of the amphitheatre itself. The next games come sooner than you expect. Your name appears once more on the roster. This time your opponent is Phrex, a gladiator armed with curved sword and small shield, trained in the agile, darting style of the eastern provinces. You have never fought one before. The drill master offers little comfort. "Keep your shield high," he says. "Watch the feet. And for the God's sake, fight like you want the crowd's coin." The day of the match dawns grey and heavy with the promise of rain. You're led once more through the streets of Rome, past familiar faces now blurred by adrenaline. The amphitheatre looms larger than ever, its towering arches seeming to sneer down upon you. In the spoliarium, as you don your armour, the drill master offers one final piece of advice. "Remember the crowd," he says, voice low. "They want more than blood. They want to see a man who fights as though his life matters, and who dies well if it does not." You nod, swallowing against the dryness in your throat. Then the trumpet sounds, and the gate creaks open. You step into the arena to a wall of sound. Thousands of voices crash upon you like a tidal wave. Some call your name, a novelty that sends a strange thrill through your veins. Others shout for your opponent. Wagers are shouted, denarii change hands. The sand beneath your feet feels warm, almost welcoming. You and the Phraics face each other, weapons raised. The editor gives the signal, and the dance begins. Your opponent moves like a serpent, darting in and out with uncanny speed. His curved blade flickers through the air, probing your defences. You fight conservatively at first, wary of overcommitting. Your shield absorbs the first few strikes, the impact rattling up your arm. Then you counter, a low thrust toward his knee, forcing him to retreat. The crowd responds with a cheer. You feel it wash over you, a strange intoxicant. In that moment, the arena becomes not merely a place of death, but a stage. You are a performer, your body the instrument of spectacle. The fight stretches on, each exchange growing more desperate. Sweat blinds you. Your breath comes in ragged gasps. A gash opens along your forearm. Blood drips down your fingers. Yet you press on, driven by equal parts training and sheer will. And then, an opening, the Phraics overextends, his shield low. You strike. A brutal cut across his thigh that sends him sprawling to the sand. For a heartbeat, the arena falls strangely silent. Then the chant begins. It starts as a murmur, then grows. "Live! Live!" The crowd surges to its feet, demanding mercy for your fallen opponent. The editor considers, then grants the signal. The Phraics is spared, and so are you. You stand in the centre of the arena, chest heaving, blade lowered. The roar of the crowd is deafening now, a tide of approval that seems to lift you above the sand. You raise your sword in salute, as you have been taught. The gesture is met with a storm of applause. You limp from the arena with the others, wounds burning, ears ringing. Later, in the spoliarium, as the healers tend to your cuts, the drill master appears at your side. "You fought well," he says gruffly, "and you gave them a show. Remember that?" You do. You will. In the days that follow, you begin to understand the strange currency of the arena. Survival earns respect. Spectacle earns favour. And favour, in this brutal world, can mean the difference between life and death. You are called to fight again. Against a secutor this time. A towering brute with a shield the size of a door. The match is brutal, your shield splintered beneath the weight of his blows. Yet you endure, using your speed and guile to wear him down. In the final moments, with the crowd screaming for blood, you faint low and drive your blade beneath his arm. The victory is yours. The cheers that follow are sweeter than any wine. For the first time, you feel a flicker of something beyond mere survival. A twisted pride, a recognition that you have become more than a man in chains. You are a gladiator now, a creature of blood and sand, bound to the crowd's fickle adoration. Of course, favour is a blade with two edges. The more the crowd loves you, the more they wish to see you fight, and the more reluctant the editor may be to grant mercy should fortune turn against you. A beloved gladiator who dies well is worth more in death than in life. You see this truth firsthand when a fellow fighter, Lucius, a retiarius famed for his daring style, falls in combat. The crowd, hungry for spectacle, demands his death. The editor obliges. His broken body is dragged from the sand amid cheers. That night, as you sit by the brazier with Marcus and Philo, the wine tastes bitter. The crowd cheers for your victories, Philo says softly, and they will cheer just as loudly when you fall. You nod, the weight of the words sinking deep, yet when the next trumpet sounds, you will answer. You must. The arena does not care for doubt or hesitation. It demands blood, spectacle, and the perfect illusion of courage. And so you will fight, again and again, for survival and for applause, until the day comes when no amount of skill or favour can save you. You survive the fight, this time, and that, you soon learn, is a mixed blessing. For though you limp back to the dim recesses beneath the arena, battered but alive, survival brings with it a grim price. Pain. Not the sharp, clean pain of a fresh wound that you can grit your teeth through. No, what follows is a dull, gnawing ache that sinks into your bones and never quite leaves. The spoliarium is quiet when they lead you in. The other fighters from the morning bouts lie sprawled on wooden benches or bare stone, their bodies bearing the raw evidence of the crowd's appetite. You stagger to a corner, shield arm trembling, ribs burning with each breath. A healer approaches. Not a physician of the learned sort, mind you, but one of the grizzled old attendants who patch up gladiators as best they can before the next round of games. He glances at your side, pokes the purpling flesh with blunt fingers, and grunts. Bruised, maybe cracked. You'll live. You might have preferred a touch more ceremony. A poultice is slapped unceremoniously over the worst of the bruising. A pungent concoction of herbs and what smells suspiciously like sour wine. Keep it on overnight, the man advises, and try not to breathe too deep. You stifle a bitter laugh. The deeper truth of the arena reveals itself in such moments. The Romans may pride themselves on engineering aqueducts and codifying laws, but when it comes to tending the wounded, the methods are rudimentary at best. Most gladiators rely on simple poultices, rough stitching, and the occasional burning of wounds to stave off infection. If you are fortunate, a retired surgeon might be employed by the ludus. But even then, miracles are rare. You glance about the spoliarium. One man groans softly, a jagged cut on his thigh left partially stitched. Another lies feverish, eyes glazed, his wound already festering in the warm Roman air. And here you sit, ribs aching, knowing full well that this is merely the beginning. The next days in the ludus pass in a fog of pain. Sleep comes fitfully, your breath shallow against the throb of your side. The drill master, with his boundless compassion, offers exactly 1 day of rest before summoning you back to the yard. No use softening you now, he declares. You'll fight again soon enough. And so you do. Footwork drills become a special sort of torture, each step sending a lance of agony through your chest. Shield drills are worse. The weight of the curved wood strains your ribs until black spots dance at the edges of your vision. You grit your teeth and press on. The alternative, a beating or worse, is not worth considering. Marcus notices, of course. One morning, as you slump against the practice post between drills, he kneels beside you. You need time, he mutters. You shake your head. There is no time, not in this place. The games will not wait for your bones to heal. And therein lies the quiet cruelty of a gladiator's life. You are not given the luxury of recovery. Wounds close poorly. Bones mend crooked beneath makeshift splints. Scars thicken, puckering your flesh. You learn to fight not as you once did, but as you can, compensating for injuries that no healer will ever truly erase. Over the weeks that follow, your body transforms yet again. Not into the honed weapon the drill master once envisioned, but into something harder, meaner. A vessel shaped by pain as much as skill. Your ribs knit at odd angles. You breathe a little shallower now, a little faster. The gash on your forearm scars over, the skin tight and shiny. Your left knee, twisted badly during a fall, no longer bends quite as it should. Each morning you rise from your pallet feeling older than your years. The chill of the stone floor bites deeper. Your fingers stiffen in the cool dawn air. Yet the whip cracks all the same, urging you into the yard once more. You're not alone in this. Walk among the ranks of the veterans, and you will see the same tale written upon their bodies. Crippled fingers curled against sword hilts, limps barely concealed beneath plodding steps, faces marred by old scars, eyes dulled not by fear, but by weary acceptance. There is no retirement plan for a gladiator. No pension awaits you when your body finally fails. If you fight well, you are sent to the sand again and again until either the editor's thumb or the surgeon's knife decides your fate. If you fight poorly, well, you need not trouble yourself with such concerns for long. The few who do survive long enough to warrant release are rare creatures indeed. You have heard whispers of men granted the rudis, the wooden sword that signifies freedom. But for every such tale, there are a dozen of fighters who perished long before the honour could be earned. Some find solace in small comforts. Philo, ever the wit, collects scraps of parchment and attempts to write poetry in the evenings. Marcus sharpens his blade obsessively, as though the act might stave off his own decline. You have taken to walking the perimeters of the yard when time allows, the slow, measured steps helping to loosen your aching joints. Yet even as your body rebels, the demands of the crowd remain unchanged. The next games are announced with fanfare, a grand spectacle to mark a visiting dignitary's arrival. The lanista beams with pride. His fighters will take centre stage. Your name is among those called. You are not surprised. The drill master offers no comment, merely watching you with that inscrutable gaze. He knows as well as you do. Every bout now carries greater risk. One misstep, one faltering breath, and the pain you carry will betray you. The day of the fight dawns with leaden skies. Rain spatters the sand, turning it slick beneath your feet. You stand beneath the archway, helmet in hand, ribs tightly bound beneath your cuirass. Each breath feels like a dagger's edge. Your opponent this time is a Momillo, broad-shouldered, younger, unscarred. You see it in his eyes, the hunger of a man who still believes in victory. The trumpet sounds. You fight. The first exchange is a blur. Steel clashes against steel. Shields slam together. You move instinctively, drawing upon every grim lesson the ludus has etched into your bones. Yet your body betrays you. A pivot sends a jolt of agony through your side. Your shield arm wavers for a heartbeat too long. The Mamillo strikes, a glancing blow, but enough to stagger you. The crowd roars. You grit your teeth, force yourself upright. There is no choice. You fight on, each movement measured, conserving what strength remains. The bout stretches on, your opponent growing frustrated, overextending in his eagerness. And in that moment of recklessness, you find your opening. Your blade scores across his thigh. He stumbles. You press the advantage, driving him back until he raises his finger in surrender. Mercy is granted. You stand alone upon the bloodied sand, chest heaving. The crowd cheers, but you hear it only dimly. All you feel is the searing pain radiating through your side, the trembling in your legs. Later, in the spoliarium, as the healers tend to your wounds with their usual rough efficiency, the drill master approaches. For once, his voice is not sharp. "You fought well," he says, "but you are breaking." You know he is right, and yet the cycle will continue. There is no respite, no path to healing. You will fight again, and again, until the day your body finally refuses to rise from the sand. As you lie upon your pallet that night, staring at the cracked ceiling above, a grim thought takes root. The crowd always demands more. No matter how broken you become, the cheers will echo all the same. And when the cheers fade, well, you will not be the one to hear them. If you survive long enough in this life, long enough to be patched up, limping but upright, dragging your battered body back into the arena again and again, something strange happens. They start to remember your name. At first, it is just a few murmured words as you walk through the narrow streets of Rome, escorted by the guards of the ludus on some errand. A child's excited whisper. "That one. I saw him fight the Mamillo, the one with the crooked shield arm." Or a merchant's shout from behind his stall. "A good show, Secutor. More next time, eh?" You learn quickly that the crowd loves a man who fights through pain, who refuses to yield when the odds turn grim. Perhaps they see something of themselves in it, or perhaps they simply enjoy the theatre of watching a man defy his own breaking point. Either way, word spreads. And when word spreads, the real chains begin to tighten. You do not truly grasp this until a few weeks after your latest fight. Another brutal slog that leaves your ribs burning and your knee refusing to fully bend. You are called not to the usual drills that morning, but to the Lannister's private quarters. This alone is enough to send a chill through your bones. The Lannister sits behind a carved table, a goblet of rich wine in one hand. He regards you with a thin smile, the sort of smile a man gives to a prized hunting dog before deciding how best to parade it before his guests. "You have become popular," he says simply. "Your last bout brought fine wagers, and the crowd spoke well of your defiance." He sips his wine, considering. "You will fight again soon, of course. But first, a performance." You blink, uncertain. "There is a banquet," the Lannister continues, "a senator's feast. He wishes to parade his power, to entertain his guests with the presence of true arena fighters. You will attend. You will look strong, formidable. You will not embarrass me." You open your mouth to protest. Not that it would do any good. But the Lannister waves a dismissive hand. "You will be paid, of course. A few coins for your trouble. Consider it an honour An honour? You nearly laugh. And so it begins. You are dressed in full battle gear, not your battered training kit, but gleaming armour polished until it blinds the eye. Your shield bears a fresh coat of paint. Your helmet is adorned with crimson plumes. You are transformed from the weary, scarred fighter of the Ludus into an idealized image of Rome's martial might. You and a handful of other favoured gladiators are escorted to the senator's villa that evening. The city bustles with torchlight, the streets crowded with revellers and the scent of roasted meats. You are paraded through the grand entrance like some exotic beast, guards flanking you on either side. Inside, the villa is a riot of opulence. Marble columns gleam in the torchlight. Silk-draped couches sag beneath the weight of bloated senators and perfumed courtesans. Musicians pluck lyres and strum zithers, their melodies nearly drowned beneath the buzz of drunken conversation. You are positioned in the centre of it all, a living decoration. The guests gawk and point, some emboldened by wine enough to shout crude encouragement. One particularly corpulent noblewoman beckons you closer, fingers laden with gold rings. She peers at you as though inspecting a prize ball. "So this is the famed Secutor," she coos. "I had heard you fight with such passion." Her laughter is high and false. You say nothing, merely bow as you have been taught. Later, at the senator's command, you and your fellows are ordered to stage a mock duel in the villa's courtyard. The ground is uneven, slick with spilled wine. The blades are dulled, but the expectation is clear. Give them a show. Bleed if you must, but do not disappoint. You fight, of course. You always fight. When it is over, coins are tossed at your feet like scraps to a performing dog. You gather them silently, pride swallowed as you return to your place by the marble columns. This is the new pattern of your life. The days blur into a grim cycle of training, recovery, and spectacle. You are called to fight in the arena often now. Your name alone enough to draw wagers and cheers. The crowd expects more from you with each bout. Bolder strikes, bloodier wounds, the refusal to fall even when your body screams for rest. And when you are not fighting, you are summoned to banquets, to private gatherings, even to pose for artists eager to capture the likeness of a true hero of the games. You stand for hours as paint is daubed across canvas, muscles clenched until they cramp. The irony is not lost on you. You are a slave twice over now. First to the Lanista, and now to the whims of Rome's fickle elite. The more they cheer, the tighter the chains. Worse still are the special spectacles. 1 month, a grand festival is declared in honour of the Emperor's visit. The games are to surpass all others. Chariot races, beast hunts, naval battles. Yes, naval battles. You and dozens of other gladiators are ordered to prepare for an omachia, a mock sea battle staged upon an enormous flooded basin. You will fight aboard wooden barges, clad in unfamiliar armour that weighs you down like an anchor. The drill master for once offers a rare smirk. "Can you swim?" he asks dryly. You shake your head. "Learn fast," he replies. The rehearsals are a farce. Men slip and flail upon the slick decks. Shields are lost beneath the murky water. The risk of drowning is very real. Several fighters vanish beneath the surface during the first practice, their bodies dragged out hours later. Yet when the day of the nomachia arrives, the stands are packed. The Emperor himself watches from a gilded box, expression inscrutable. Trumpets blare. The barges drift into place. You fight, of course. You always fight. The battle is chaos. Blades clashing amid the spray of water, men tumbling overboard. You manage to stay upright, driving your blade through the ribs of an opponent, even as your footing slips. The crowd roars approval. When it is over, you are hauled dripping and half drowned from the basin, armour rusting even as you breathe. Another spectacle complete. Another debt paid. And still, the summons come. You begin to dread the sound of approaching footsteps in the ludus. The messenger bearing the next invitation, the next command to perform. You long for the relative simplicity of the arena, brutal though it may be. There at least the rules are clear. Fight or die. Here, in the gilded cages of Rome's elite, the demands are endless and ever more demeaning. You overhear the lanista boasting one evening to a visiting patron. "He is one of my finest," he declares, no doubt speaking of you. "A true crowd favourite. They would pay handsomely to see him fall. But not yet. Not yet." You realise then, with bitter clarity, that your fame is a double-edged sword. It shields you for now. The crowd would not easily forgive your casual execution. But it also ensures you will be used until there is nothing left to use. You think of Lucius, the retiarius whose grace once dazzled the crowds. In the end, they demanded his death for the crime of growing predictable. You think of Varro, your old comrade, sent to a distant provincial arena to please some minor governor. He never returned. And you think of yourself, a man who once fought simply to survive, now fighting to sustain an illusion. You are not free. You have never been free. And as the days pass, as the wounds mount and your strength ebbs, one truth becomes ever clearer. The more the crowd loves you, the more they will demand of you. Until one day they will demand it all. There is a word that drifts through the ludus like smoke. Faint, persistent, impossible to grasp fully. Rudis. You hear it first in hushed conversation between two veterans by the brazier, their voices low to avoid the ears of passing guards. One scratches at the thick scar along his jaw. The other stares into the flames as though trying to divine his future in the flickering embers. "He's won 14 now," the first murmurs. "The editor says if he survives the festival bout, they'll grant him the rudis." The other snorts softly. "If he survives, if the crowd wills it, and if the lanista doesn't find another use for him first." You pretend not to listen, but the word lodges deep in your mind. Rudis. A simple wooden sword. Symbolic, yes, but imbued with a power greater than any steel. To be awarded the rudis is to be granted freedom. To walk away from the bloodied sands of the arena as a man once more. Or so they say. The thought festers as the days pass. You train, you fight, you endure. Each morning you rise with the same aches, the same creeping exhaustion in your limbs. Your fame within the arena grows. The crowd calls your name now when you step onto the sand, wagering with wild fervour on your bouts. You are paraded at more banquets, summoned to yet more performances, always expected to bleed a little more brightly than before. And beneath it all, the hope of the rudis glimmers like a cruel star. You learned soon enough that the path to freedom is neither clear nor fair. There is no set number of victories that guarantees release. Some men have been awarded the rudis after a dozen matches, others after 2 dozen. Some fight for years without ever being granted the honour. The decision rests with the editor of the games, the lanista, and, always, the fickle will of the crowd. The more they love you, the more they wish to keep you. A popular gladiator fills the editor's purse and the lanista's coffers. To free such a man is to kill the golden goose. And so promises are dangled, postponed, quietly forgotten. Still you count. By your reckoning, you have survived 18 matches now. 18 times you have faced death beneath the hot Roman sun. 18 times you have walked away, limping perhaps, bleeding certainly, but alive. And the crowd cheers louder with each return. It is during a rare moment of respite, a cool evening by the brazier, your ribs tightly bound, a thin blanket drawn across your shoulders, that Marcus speaks of it plainly. You think of the rudis, he says, more statement than question. You nod. There is no point denying it. Marcus exhales a slow breath. We all do, but hope is a double-edged blade. Hold it too tightly, and it will cut you when they take it away. You glance at him, at the lines etched deep in his weathered face. He has survived longer than most, a fact that brings both respect and pity from the others. His body bears the toll of years in the arena, a shoulder that will never fully straighten, a limp that worsens with each passing winter. I have seen men granted the rudis, he continues. I have seen more who should have been, and weren't. The editors promise much when the crowd is watching. Later, well, there is always another match, another game, another reason to delay. You say nothing, but the seed of bitterness takes root, and yet the hope remains. You cannot help it. It becomes a silent companion, whispering to you in the darkness of your cell, urging you through each punishing drill. One more match, you tell yourself. Perhaps one more. Perhaps then. The festival games approach, a grand affair marking the emperor's latest triumph in the provinces. The city swells with visitors, the amphitheatre prepared for spectacle beyond measure. The roster is drawn weeks in advance, your name listed prominently among the headlining bouts. The lanista calls you to his quarters. Fight well, he says, eyes gleaming. The editors will be watching. The crowd too. Give them a show, and who knows? The Rudis has been awarded at lesser games. His smile is thin as parchment. The day of the festival dawns beneath cloudless skies. You are led once more through the labyrinth beneath the arena, armour gleaming, blade sharp. The roar of the assembled throng thunders above, eager for blood. You fight. The match is brutal. A duel against a famed retiarius, nimble and cunning. The net tangles your shield arm early, forcing you into a desperate defence. You fight on instinct. Every breath a struggle. Every movement drawn from the marrow of your battered frame. In the end, you prevail. Barely. You stand over your fallen opponent, blade raised in trembling hands. The crowd erupts in a frenzy, chanting your name. Coins rain upon the sand. From the editor's box, you see him confer with his attendants, then rise. He raises a hand. The crowd falls silent. You have fought with honour, he proclaims, with skill and courage beyond measure. Rome salutes you. The words hang in the air. Your heart pounds. Will he say it? Will the rudis be granted here now, before thousands of witnesses? But no. The words are praise, nothing more. No wooden sword is brought forth. No freedom bestowed. You kneel in the sand, the cheers washing over you like a cruel tide. Later, as you are led from the arena, Marcus meets your gaze. He sees the hollow ache in your eyes and nods grimly. No words are needed. You return to the ludus, body aching, spirit worn thin. In the days that follow, the hope dims, not extinguished, but dulled beneath the weight of fresh bruises and old scars. And yet men speak of it still. Did you hear? Cassius was granted the rudis in Corinth. A mere 10 fights. The editor wished to honour his friend. And Titus? 22 matches. No rudis. Dead now. You learn that even for those who do win freedom, life is no easy path. Former gladiators, liberti gladiatoris, are marked forever by their past. Many find themselves shunned from respectable society, denied the dignity they fought so hard to reclaim. Some turn to guarding merchant caravans or serving as bodyguards for the wealthy. A grim irony for men who once thrilled the masses. Others return to the arena voluntarily, unable to escape the only life they have known. For a freed gladiator, the choice is often between obscurity and the familiar roar of the crowd. You see it yourself when a veteran named Secundus returns to the ludus months after earning his rudis. He is thinner, wearier, his eyes shadowed. The city, he says simply, offers little for men like him. The lanista welcomes him back with open arms, and a fresh contract. You watch him train once more, moving with the same grace, the same haunted determination, and you wonder, if the rudis comes, will you take it? Will you truly be free, or merely exchange one set of chains for another? For now, the question remains unanswered. You rise each day as before, strapping on battered armour, taking your place among the ranks. The drills continue, the fights loom, the crowd still hungers, and beneath it all, that fragile hope endures. Perhaps one more match, perhaps one more. There is a peculiar numbness that creeps into a man's bones when he knows his time is nearing its end. It is not fear. That was burned out of you long ago, somewhere between your 7th and 8th fight. Nor is it quite resignation. No, it is something quieter. A kind of hollow acceptance, like a candle guttering as the last of its wax is consumed. You feel it now, each morning when you swing your legs off the pallet. Your body is a patchwork of old wounds, ribs that creak with every breath, a knee that will never bend quite right again, fingers that refuse to close fully around a sword hilt no matter how hard you will them. You once mocked the older fighters who limped through their drills with grim determination. Now you are one of them. There was a time when you fought with something close to joy, the thrill of survival, the roar of the crowd. But even that has dulled. These days, when you stand beneath the arches of the amphitheatre and gaze out upon the teeming masses, all you see are hungry mouths demanding another piece of you. And you, fool that you are, continue to give it. The summons comes as you knew it would. The lanista calls you to his quarters on a cold grey morning. He is dressed in fine wool, rings gleaming on every finger. His smile is thin, calculating. You have seen that look before, when a beast is fattened for slaughter. "Another bout," he says, voice smooth as oil. "A grand spectacle for the Emperor's visit. The crowd remembers you. They will want to see you again." You say nothing. What is there to say? He eyes you for a moment longer, then waves a hand. "Prepare well. You have served me admirably." There is a finality to the words. You hear it clearly. Back in the yard, Marcus finds you polishing your battered shield. His own face is pale, drawn thinner than you have ever seen it. He leans heavily on a staff as he speaks. "You know what this means?" he says quietly. You nod. "They will not spare you again," he adds. "The crowd loves an ending. You both know the truth of it. Rome adores its champions, right up until the moment they falter. Then the mob turns. The louder they cheered for you once, the more vicious their appetite now. They have seen you fight through wounds that would have felled lesser men. They have watched you claw victory from the jaws of death. But they do not love you. They love the story you provide, and every good story must end. The days before the fight pass in a strange haze. You move through your drills on weary legs, muscles screaming in protest. The drill master barely raises his staff anymore. He knows as well as you do that no amount of training will change what is coming. At night, you lie awake in your cell, listening to the familiar sounds of the ludus, the clank of armour being mended, the soft murmur of voices too tired for jest. You think of those you have outlasted. Philo, with his sharp tongue and quicker blade, dead 2 summers past. Varro, shipped off to a distant arena, never seen again. And Marcus, who now coughs blood into his rag, his days numbered not in bouts, but in breaths. You are one of the last of your cohort, a relic, and Rome does not keep relics for long. On the morning of the fight, the guards come early. You dress in silence, fingers fumbling over worn straps. Your armour is patched, dulled with age. The shield bears the scars of a dozen battles. You could request new gear, of course, but what would be the point? The other fighters eye you as you pass through the yard. Some nod in respect. Others glance away. Superstition runs deep in the ludus. No one wants to meet the gaze of a man marching toward his likely death. In the spoliarium beneath the amphitheatre, the air is thick with sweat and iron. You stand alone in a corner, checking your sword one last time. The blade is sharp. Of course it is. They would not deny the crowd a proper kill. You are paired against a younger man, a Thracian with a jagged scar down his cheek, and eyes that still burn with ambition. He bounces on the balls of his feet, eager, impatient. You remember that feeling? It seems a lifetime ago. The trumpets blare. You march into the light. The roar of the crowd is deafening, a wall of sound that presses against your chest. You scan the faces in the stands. Noblewomen fanning themselves languidly, senators laughing behind goblets of wine, merchants shouting wages, and the common rabble howling for blood. Some of them remember you. You hear your name echo across the stones. But there is a different tone to the chant now, not adoration, but expectation. They have come for an ending. You step onto the sand, joints stiff, breath shallow. The Thracian waits across from you, blade gleaming in the sun. He sneers slightly, a young lion eager to prove himself. The editor stands, hand raised. The signal is given. You fight. It begins as all fights do. Steel against steel, shields clashing, the rhythm of attack and defence. You fall into the familiar pattern, body moving on instinct. But it is different this time. Slower. Every parry costs you more. Every pivot sends a flare of agony through your knee. The Thracian is fast, too fast. You weather the first flurry of blows, shield absorbing the worst of it. But you feel the gap widening. A half step slower here, a fraction late there. The crowd senses it too. Their cheers grow louder with each strike that lands. A glancing blow splits the flesh above your brow. Blood trickles into your eye, blurring your vision. You blink it away, teeth clenched. You fight on. Because that is what you do. Because you always fight. You score a cut across the Thracian's thigh. A lucky strike. The crowd roars approval, but it is not enough. Your shield arm falters after a heavy blow. The Thracian lunges, driving his blade beneath your guard. The steel bites deep into your side. You gasp, knees buckling. You drop to the sand. The world narrows to a tunnel of sound and light. You feel your heart pounding, the warmth of blood soaking through your tunic. Instinct drives your hand upward, fingers extended in the plea for mercy. For a moment, the arena holds its breath. The editor rises, the crowd chants, their voices a blur. You cannot make out the words. It doesn't matter. You already know. The editor lowers his thumb. You bow your head. The Thracian hesitates. Young still, perhaps not yet hardened to the final kill. The editor's gaze hardens. The young man steps forward. The blade pierces your chest. A cold bloom spreads through your body. You gasp once, twice, and then the darkness takes you. You do not hear the final cheer. You do not feel your body dragged from the arena, stripped of armour, tossed among the others in the spoliarium. You do not know that within a day your name is gone from the betting boards, replaced by newer, fresher blood. You do not see the next group of recruits arrive at the ludus, wide-eyed, unscarred, their fate already written in the sand. You are dust now. One more forgotten ghost beneath Rome's towering arches. The crowd will cheer again tomorrow, and the sands, as always, will hunger still. Congratulations! You've just woken up in ancient Rome. Not in a palace, not in a marble villa surrounded by fountains and toga-clad servants feeding you grapes. No, you've landed where most people lived, where the plumbing is theoretical, the walls are one good fart away from collapse, and your upstairs neighbour is always, always stomping around like a gladiator on leg day. You're in an insula, the Roman version of an apartment building. Sounds promising, right? Maybe something with a courtyard, a bit of sunlight. Wrong. The Latin word insula literally means island, and that's the first clue that you are absolutely stranded. You're on the 4th floor, if you're lucky. Anything higher than that, and you're basically living in the rafters of a fire hazard. These buildings are made of brick, wood, and wishful thinking. They sway in the wind, lean against each other like drunk friends, and have an average structural integrity of a stale loaf of bread. And speaking of bread, don't even think about making toast. Open flames are banned because one bad cooking accident and the whole block goes up like a Saturnalia bonfire. Your room is about the size of a modern walk-in closet. There's a cot, term used generously, made of rope and straw, and a threadbare blanket that smells like every person who's ever used it before you. The walls are damp, stained, and close enough together that if you lie on your side, you can touch both without moving. You have no windows. Light filters in from a crack under the door, and from a hole someone accidentally punched through the roof with a broom handle 3 tenants ago. There's no privacy. You share this space with 2 other people, one of whom is coughing with such dramatic flair that you briefly wonder if you're living in a poorly written tragedy. Spoiler. It's not drama. It's probably tuberculosis. Outside, the morning begins not with birdsong, but with the rumble of wooden carts and the melodious yelling of vendors hawking olives, fish, and something that may have been bread in a former life. A donkey brays like it's dying, children cry like they're dying, and someone's already arguing over taxes 2 floors below. You stretch. Bad idea. Your back cracks like a papyrus scroll in a drought, and you immediately regret trying to act like someone whose spine hasn't been curled into a question mark by years of hard labour and a diet that consists mostly of beans and regret. You're about 27 years old. which makes you one of the older folks in the neighbourhood. Most people die before 40, usually from some combination of injury, infection, or inhaling too much whatever it is that leaks from the latrine pit every summer. You shuffle out of bed, barefoot. Of course you're barefoot. Shoes cost money, and if you had money, you wouldn't be living here. The floor is cold and sticky. Is it wine? Is it urine? Is it olive oil? It's probably all three. You step around your neighbour's sleeping form and try not to kick the communal chamber pot. It's full. It's always full. Time to relieve yourself? Great, you've got options. Option 1, the aforementioned chamber pot, which will soon be dumped. Drum roll, please. Right out the window. There's a whole system to it. You're supposed to shout "cave" before you launch the contents onto the street below, which means "watch out" in Latin. But let's be honest, nobody does. The streets reek of urine, feces, spoiled food, and dead dreams. The gutters are open, the waste flows freely, and if you're lucky, the rain hasn't washed it all back toward your front door. Hygiene, you ask? That's adorable. There are no showers, no soap, no toothpaste. You might wash your face in the public fountain if you're feeling fancy, and don't mind sharing your morning splash with 14 other people and a stray dog licking a wound. You scrape your teeth with a stick. Maybe rub some ash on them if you're feeling bougie. Breath? It smells like a fermented mixture of old lentils and existential dread. Still, you pull on your tunic, your one tunic, and head outside. It's made of rough wool or linen, stained in ways you've long stopped trying to identify. It smells like mildew and human. No deodorant, no underwear. You tie it at the waist with a rope and hope it holds. If not, congratulations. You've just invented public indecency. Not that anyone cares. Modesty in Rome is mostly reserved for statues and upper-class poetry. Stepping outside is like entering a war zone of the senses. The street is already packed. Vendors scream, beggars shout, oxen defecate mid-step. Flies swarm in thick clouds over the fish stalls. Somewhere nearby, a rooster is being murdered, or possibly just expressing itself. Someone's cooking something that smells like disappointment. Your neighbour's child runs past, barefoot and covered in something that might be jam, might be blood, might be both. You make your way down the street toward the communal bakery, one of the few luxuries you share with the rest of your block. You hand over your government-issued grain ration, a lump of barley flour wrapped in cloth. The baker takes it, adds it to the others, and hours later you'll get back a small, hard, blackened loaf. It's barely edible, mostly ash from the public oven's coals. But hey, it's warm and it's yours. Assuming no one steals it first. Breakfast? Sure, let's pretend. If you're lucky, you get a bit of pulse, a thick gruel made from boiled grains. It's what most poor Romans eat every day. Grain, water, maybe some chickpeas, maybe not. If you're having a good day, there's a drizzle of olive oil on top. If you're having a bad day, the drizzle is rat urine and you don't know it yet. Meat? Only for the rich? Milk? Spoils too fast. Cheese? Maybe. Eggs? Only if you steal them from a chicken that lives under your stairs. Most protein comes from beans, lentils and dreams. If you want fruit, it better be in season and unspoiled. Otherwise, you're just gnawing on the husk of an overripe fig and pretending it's a plum. You might stop by the latrina, a public latrine, to take care of business. If you enjoy the company of 12 other people doing the exact same thing, the bench has a series of holes, no dividers, and a shared sponge on a stick dipped in vinegar. That's the Roman version of toilet paper. You rinse it, wipe, and repeat. And you wonder why nobody makes eye contact in these places. After all this, it's barely mid-morning. You haven't even started work yet. But before you leave for your day job, which, spoiler, is physically and emotionally crushing, you pause for a moment and look around. The street is alive. Smelly, chaotic, dangerous, but alive. Kids scream and chase each other. A street performer juggles knives with questionable skill. A merchant shouts about the healing power of fermented fish sauce. And the city breathes, chokes, and burps in one never-ending symphony of humanity. Your landlord? Never seen him. Repairs? Don't hold your breath. If your building collapses, it's not considered a tragedy. It's considered a Tuesday. Fires are common. So are floods. So is sudden, unexplained death. You're a cog in a system that views you as replaceable. You're not a citizen. You're a warm body in a census scroll. Your value is measured in how quietly you suffer. And you will suffer. Because this is ancient Rome. Not the Rome of marble forums and golden laurels. Not the Rome of historians and Hollywood. This is the Rome of slums and soot, of crowded insulae and chamber pots, of grit and groaning humanity. You're not Cicero. You're not Caesar. You're not even close. You're a peasant on the 4th floor, praying the 3rd doesn't catch fire again. And it's only the beginning of your day. Congratulations. You've survived your first Roman night without being robbed, choked by smoke, or crushed by your neighbour's drunken body rolling onto your sleeping mat. Not bad. But the gods are generous today, and you've earned the privilege of waking up to the sweet, piercing sound of yelling. It's not an alarm clock. It's never an alarm clock. It's your neighbour yelling at his wife, or the vendor below your window screaming about fish, or the chamber pot hitting the cobblestones after someone above you dumped last night's wine and body fluids out the window. Morning in ancient Rome begins not with birdsong, but with complaints, sewage, and regret. Your eyes crack open to a ceiling so low you could punch it sitting up. You're lying on a straw mat, shared with your younger sibling, your cousin, possibly a stranger who paid your landlord 2 denarii to squat in the corner overnight. The air smells like feet, garlic, and mildew. You wonder briefly if you died and woke up in Hades, but no, you're still alive. Unfortunately. Your home, generously called an insula, is a Roman apartment building made of wood, dreams, and flammable lies. You're on the 3rd floor, which is slightly less deadly than the 5th. Higher up means cheaper rent and a better chance of dying when the whole building inevitably collapses. Down below, the rich enjoy sturdier homes and indoor plumbing. Up here, you enjoy rats, water leaks, and the subtle creaking that reminds you this structure is held together by hope and mould. You swing your legs over the side of your mat and immediately regret it. The floor is damp. It's always damp. Water? Wine? Blood? Who knows? The answer doesn't change the fact that your only sandals were stolen last week, and you've been walking barefoot ever since. You gingerly avoid the sticky patch in the corner and stand, stretching your aching back like a cat that's been kicked down a flight of stairs. Time to wash up, you say? Cute. There is no basin, no sink, no soap. You wipe your face with a damp cloth that may or may not have once cleaned your landlord's armpits. Your version of a morning skincare routine involves rubbing oil on your skin and then scraping it off with a curved blade called a strigil, which sounds elegant until you realise it's just ancient Roman exfoliation by pain. You're basically buttering yourself like toast and then peeling it off. If you're lucky enough to live near a bathhouse and have a few coins left, maybe you can get cleaner later. But right now, hygiene is a luxury. You settle for smearing your face with whatever water you find in a communal jar and call it refreshed. Now comes breakfast. Brace yourself. The Roman equivalent of a power breakfast is nothing. The morning meal is called ientaculum, which is Latin for don't get your hopes up. It usually consists of yesterday's bread, hard as marble, and lovingly stored in a mouse-infested clay pot overnight. You soften it by dipping it in watered-down wine, a drink that tastes like vinegar with trust issues. If you're feeling fancy, maybe you get some olives or a smear of garum, the famous Roman fermented fish sauce that smells like low tide and failure. It's Rome's favourite condiment, used on everything from meat to vegetables to moments of crushing despair. It's the ketchup of the ancient world, if ketchup were made from rotting mackerel. There's no coffee, no eggs, no fruit smoothie with collagen powder. Your breakfast has one job: prevent immediate death. It succeeds, barely. You chew in silence while your neighbours scream about something, probably taxes or bread rations. Or maybe it's that guy on the second floor who keeps sacrificing pigeons in the hallway. You don't ask. The rule of thumb in Roman tenement life is this: the less you know, the longer you live. Once you've gnawed your way through a slice of disappointment and sipped your wine-flavoured sadness, it's time to dress for the day. Don't get excited. You have two garments: a tunic made from rough wool and a threadbare cloak that's more whole than fabric. The tunic itches, the cloak stinks, and both have been repaired so many times they're basically held together with prayers and the dreams of better fabric. Underwear? Hilarious. You tie a belt around your waist to keep everything vaguely attached and hope no one notices your left shoulder is always exposed because the fabric keeps sliding off. The rich wear togas. You don't. Togas are for citizens, people with status. You? You're a pleb. A non-citizen if you're an immigrant. A nobody, if we're being honest. If you wear a toga, you're either delusional or planning to be arrested for impersonating someone with dignity. As you step outside, you're hit with the full sensory assault that is a Roman street. The noise is immediate. Vendors hawking their wares. Street musicians playing instruments no one asked for. Philosophers debating loudly. And someone somewhere is always screaming about cucumbers. It's chaos. Organised, smelly chaos. The streets themselves? Paved with stones and slick with everything. Animal waste, human waste. Mystery slop that no one wants to identify. Rome has sewers, yes, but they serve the rich neighbourhoods. Your street is self-cleaning, by which we mean rain occasionally washes the filth into someone else's neighbourhood. It's a system. You walk carefully, avoiding puddles and people. A cart barrels past you, pulled by donkeys and driven by a man who seems genuinely angry that pedestrians exist. There are no sidewalks, there are no traffic laws. There is only instinct, prayer, and the faint hope that the gods are paying attention. You pass temples where people line up to offer sacrifices. Flowers, coins, small animals, or the occasional desperate plea. You don't have anything to give, so you nod awkwardly at Jupiter's statue and keep moving. he probably wasn't listening anyway. If you're headed to work, and most likely you are, congratulations. That means you didn't starve to death yesterday. Work in ancient Rome is not fulfilling. It is not purpose-driven. It is survival in a tunic. You might be a labourer, hauling bricks or mixing mortar for one of the Emperor's new vanity projects. Or maybe you're a porter, carrying goods up and down stairs in a building with no structural integrity. You might be a street cleaner, a fish seller, a potter, or worse, a public latrine attendant, paid in pity and bronze coins to sweep filth off marble and pretend your soul isn't slowly escaping through your nostrils. The hours are long, the pay is miserable, and your boss might beat you for fun. If you're a slave, you don't even get paid. You just work. And if you complain, you're whipped. If you collapse, you're replaced. If you die, well, someone else gets your blanket. Midday approaches, and the sun is brutal. Rome's climate is hot, sticky, and utterly unbothered by your suffering. There's no air conditioning, no shade unless you cling to a building's shadow like a sweaty ghost. Your tunic sticks to your skin. Your sandals, if you have them, slap against the stones with every exhausted step. And if you don't, your feet are slowly becoming part of the pavement. Lunch? Ha! It's called prandium, and if you're lucky, it's more bread. Maybe a bit of cheese. Maybe dried fruit or a boiled egg if your employer had a good gambling night. You eat sitting on a step, watching richer Romans being carried around in litters like mobile royalty. You chew, and you try not to think about how you're probably consuming sand and rodent hair. As the day wears on, the smells intensify. The streets reek of sweat, garbage, and garum. You pass a bakery and inhale deeply, the scent of fresh bread temporarily tricking your brain into thinking life is worth it. Then you remember bread is taxed, and your landlord raised rent again, and your water jar cracked last night, and your cousin is still sick with whatever plague is currently fashionable. You keep walking, you keep surviving, because in ancient Rome, that's the entire point. And finally, after hours of back-breaking labour, social humiliation, and a mild sunstroke, you make your way home. You ascend the stairs of your insula, carefully, because the staircase is made of splintered wood and shame. One misstep, and you're joining the spirits of the fifth-floor tenants who fell last week. You reach your door. You enter. It's dark, cramped, and smells like boiling cabbage, even though you don't have any cabbage. Someone is already asleep in your corner. You don't ask who they are. You just lie down next to them and close your eyes, hoping you don't dream about the bucket. And with that, your Roman morning ends. Was it glorious? Number, was it dignified? Absolutely not. But you survived. And in ancient Rome, that counts for something. Tomorrow you get to do it all again. You've survived your first Roman night in the insula. Barely. Sleep came in waves, interrupted by creaking floorboards above, shouting neighbours, the distant rumble of wagons, and an itching sensation on your leg that you'd rather not investigate. You're hungry now. Not the kind of hunger that inspires a brunch outing or a carefully measured protein shake. This is more primal, heavier. Your body wants fuel. But this is ancient Rome, and you're poor. So, what you're about to experience isn't breakfast. It's survival. The Romans didn't believe in breakfast as a significant meal, not in the way we do. They had a word for it. Ientaculum. A small, early meal typically consumed by those who had to work long days. For the rich, it might consist of bread dipped in wine, cheese, olives, or even a bit of fruit. But you're not rich. You're a plebeian, one of thousands crammed into the belly of the city, eking out a life in the shadow of Rome's grandeur. For someone of your station, Ientaculum is more of a formality than a feast. Maybe a crust of coarse bread, dry and unevenly baked. This bread is likely a leftover from the day before, or the day before that. Made from barley or spelt, grain types considered suitable for the lower classes. It's dense, dark, and has the mouthfeel of something chipped from a wall. There's no butter, no jam, and certainly no eggs or honey. Those are the luxuries of someone with coin and status. What you might have, if luck has smiled upon you, is a bit of pulse. Pulse is the quintessential Roman peasant food. A porridge made from farro, emmer, or barley. It's cooked with water and occasionally seasoned with a drizzle of oil or the faintest hint of herbs, assuming you have any. It's not pleasant exactly. It doesn't nourish so much as it fills. A heavy, steaming paste that sits in the stomach like an anchor. On worse days, it might be prepared with river water or stored rainwater, slightly green and earthy. You eat it quickly. Slowly just gives your brain time to realise it tastes like boiled dampness. And yet, this is your fuel. Pulse, maybe a bit of bread, and water. If you're lucky, you've managed to secure some posca, a common drink among the poor and the military. It's made by mixing vinegar with water, sometimes infused with herbs, if available. It sounds unpleasant, and it is, but it's far safer than drinking untreated water straight from a public fountain or cistern. The acidity of the vinegar kills bacteria and masks the taste of unclean sauces. It's sour and sharp, but it does the job. The public fountains of Rome flow constantly, fed by those legendary aqueducts. But that doesn't mean the water's clean where you live. Rome's water system was advanced, yes, but only until it reached the labyrinthine lower districts. There, the water quality depended heavily on the maintenance of lead pipes and the cleanliness of the castella, the distribution tanks feeding your block. And maintenance wasn't always a priority in neighbourhoods like yours. If someone upstream through garbage, urine, or animal remains into the drainage channel, or worse, into the water itself, you'd never know until it was too late. Hunger is a quiet constant for you. Even when you eat, it never really fades. Food is expensive, and most of your earnings go toward rent, taxes, or staying on the good side of your local patronus. So you ration what little you have. You learn to chew slowly, savouring every bite like it's a luxury. There's no variety. You eat what's available, and more often than not, that means you eat the same thing every day. Meat? Almost never. The occasional salted fish, usually garum-cured scraps, or sardines so pungent they could double as weapons. Meat is reserved for the upper classes, for religious festivals, or as part of a soldier's rations. If you do get your hands on some, it's offal. Organ meat, bones, things the rich don't want. You don't waste a single scrap. As for fruits and vegetables, they appear sporadically. You might find some wilted leeks, onions, or turnips in the marketplace at a discount near closing time. Apples and figs are seasonal, and while Rome's Mediterranean climate makes such things abundant in theory, your wallet tells a different story. You buy what others don't. Split fruit, half-rotten dates, bundles of wilted greens, all wrapped in yesterday's gossip and grime. It's edible technically. You hope? And if you're truly desperate, there's the street food. Rome had an active street food culture, particularly for the poor, who didn't have kitchens in their insular apartments. The popinae, small taverns or hot food shops, line the alleyways of working-class neighbourhoods. For a few asses, the copper coins of the realm, you might get a bowl of stewed lentils, seasoned with whatever bones or drippings the cook could find. Perhaps a small skewer of meat, heavily salted and suspiciously chewy. Or a honey cake made from stale grain, barely sweet, and baked hard enough to require soaking before eating. These places are busy, smoky, and loud. They smell like hot oil, burned flour, and sweat. The clientele includes labourers, criminals, out-of-work veterans, and the occasional freed slave. They're not always safe. Fights break out, money disappears. But they're your only shot at something warm, and you keep coming back. It's important to understand that most Romans didn't cook their own food. The lower classes lacked private kitchens. Fire laws made it dangerous to cook in cramped wooden apartments, so communal ovens and public eateries filled the gap. But that also meant you were always dependent on merchants, on bakers, on the shifting prices of olive oil and grain. Speaking of grain, it's the backbone of the Roman diet. The government knows this. That's why they introduced the annona, the grain dole, a state-sponsored distribution of grain to eligible Roman citizens. If you qualify, you receive a monthly allowance, enough to make bread or poles for a few weeks. It's not generous, but it's better than nothing. For many, it's the line between hunger and starvation, but access isn't guaranteed. You need to be registered, male, and Roman. If you're a woman, a foreigner, or a slave, the annona isn't for you. You find other ways. Food for you is rarely fresh. Bread goes stale quickly. Pools clings to the bottom of pots long after it should have been scrubbed out. What you consumed today was cooked yesterday, or last week. Spoilage is common. Flies are constant. But waste is unthinkable. You eat around the mould. You scrape off the bad parts. You chew slowly, savouring what little flavour remains. And yet, despite all of this, the city never starves, not completely. Rome's granaries are full. Its imports steady. Ships from Egypt, Sicily, and North Africa sail in daily, their bellies full of grain, oil, and wine. The empire feeds its capital like a mother feeds a hungry child. You just don't always get your share. If you're a slave or a freedman in service, your meals depend on your master's whim. You might get stew, bread, or leftovers from the main table. Or you might go hungry until someone remembers you exist. If you're a day labourer, your meal breaks are dictated by your work. Dig ditches, haul stones, build baths, and maybe, at mid-morning, you get 10 minutes to gnaw a piece of dried fig, or drink from a shared cup. And let's not forget feast days. Not because you're invited to the banquet, but because it's the one time the rich throw scraps to the streets. Religious festivals sometimes include public offerings, distributions of food or coin, perhaps a roasted pig, or a platter of bread and fish for the masses. It's not kindness, it's politics. But you take what you can get. By mid-morning, your hunger has faded into something else. A dull pressure. A reminder. You've eaten just enough to continue. You tie the cloth belt around your tunic a little tighter and get moving. You've got work ahead of you. Rome doesn't wait. And tomorrow, you'll eat again. Or you won't. But either way, you'll wake up in the same insula, with the same cracked bowl, and the same stale loaf waiting on a wooden shelf. Because in ancient Rome, Food is never far away, but neither is hunger. The sun has fully risen now, and the Roman day is underway. For you, a plebeian, or perhaps a slave, that doesn't mean a slow stretch and a relaxing breakfast. It means the work begins, and it begins early. Rome is not a place of idleness for the lower classes. The empire may be vast, but the streets of the city feel like a funnel, where the sweat of thousands filters upward to benefit the few. Let's start with the plebeians. Not the poorest of the poor, but far from comfort. Most plebeians in the city work trades, manual labourers, builders, bakers, water carriers, cobblers, street sellers. If you're skilled, maybe you're a stone cutter, or you've secured a spot in one of the Roman guilds, the collegia. But for most, you're expendable muscle. Hired for the day, paid by the hour, if you're lucky. You don't have a fixed schedule. You have a need. A relentless, gnawing one. You work because not working means not eating. You wake before dawn, grab what counts for breakfast, maybe a crust of bread or a spoonful of barley mush, and head out to find work. The Forum is one place you might go, not to debate philosophy, but to stand around and hope someone needs a labourer. You're competing with hundreds of others. Some are stronger, some have tools. You don't. You're hired maybe to carry bricks across a construction site. Rome is always being built. Roads, aqueducts, arches, homes for the rich. It is said Augustus found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. You'll be the one dragging that marble, sweating and silent. The work is brutal. There are no labour laws, no unions, no breaks, no helmets, no complaints. If you fall off a scaffold, you're not given aid. You're given a nod and a shove to the side so the next man can take your place. You don't ask questions. You don't slow down. The overseer watches with a stick in hand, and he doesn't carry it for decoration. If you're not lucky enough to find a builder's job, maybe you end up in the tanneries. The smell hits you long before you reach the vats. Animal skins, soaked in urine and dung to soften them, fermenting in the sun. You'll spend your day knee-deep in a mixture that would make a modern sewage worker gag. Gloves don't exist. You stir with your bare hands. The stench clings to you long after you leave. And worse, it becomes normal. Still, you persist, because if you don't earn a few copper coins today, you won't be eating tomorrow. Your rent on that insular apartment, your crumbling, rat-ridden fire trap, is due every few days. Miss a payment and you're out. No notice, no mercy. The landlord has 5 men waiting to take your place. But perhaps you're not a plebeian. Perhaps you're a slave. Life, somehow, is harder still. Because now you don't even get the satisfaction of wages. Your body is labour, and your labour belongs to someone else. You might be a household slave, owned by a moderately wealthy Roman citizen. If so, your work starts before sunrise. You're fetching water, cleaning floors, preparing meals you'll never taste. Maybe you're young and educated, assigned to tutor the children or read aloud to your master. It sounds better. It isn't. One mistake and you're beaten. If the master's wife is displeased, you're sold. There are no protections. No court to hear your case. You are property, like the stove or the sandals. Or you're a field slave outside the city, toiling in the vast latifundia, those enormous agricultural estates that feed Rome's grain-hungry stomach. Here, there are no roofs, no days off. You wake with the sun and bend until it sets. You plant, plough, harvest, sweat. No matter how hot, how cold, how sick you feel, you work. The overseer doesn't care if you collapse. There are chains for those who slow down. For those who run, there are whips. And for those who rebel, there's crucifixion. A public one. Along the roads where others can see. Some slaves are trained for skilled labour. Stone carving, pottery, weaving. But that doesn't make the whip any less real. It just means your blood stains a different kind of floor. And what of the women? If you are a woman, slave or free, you labour too. Not on the scaffold or in the forum, but in quieter ways that bleed just as much. You're grinding grain with a heavy stone hand mill, your arms aching as you turn the quern hour after hour. You make bread, wash clothes, fetch water, tend fires, clean, mend, weave. If you're poor, you might also sell small goods in the street or offer your services as a wet nurse or a midwife. In desperate cases, you might sell yourself. Prostitution is legal in Rome, taxed even. It is not a profession of glamour. It is survival. There are no toilets in your insula, no kitchens. So you make do in the alleyways or public spaces. Fires are frequent, the stairs collapse. Your children are not safe. Not from hunger, not from illness, not from the building itself. Life expectancy is low. Infant mortality is high. Your child's best chance is to survive to 5. Feds, there are no toilets in your insula, no kitchens. So you make do in the alleyways or public spaces. Fires are frequent, the stairs collapse. Your children are not safe. Not from hunger, not from illness, not from the building itself. Life expectancy is low. Infant mortality is high. Your child's best chance is to survive to 5. After that, it's still a coin toss. And yet, Rome moves on. The senators debate. The aristocrats drink wine on shaded terraces. Their banquets are filled with stuffed dormice and honeyed dates. Below them, unseen, you sweat, bleed, and endure. Your work is invisible but indispensable. The aqueducts flow, the grain ships arrive, the streets are swept because of people like you. Sometimes the monotony is broken, not for a festival or a feast, but for something worse, a fire, a collapse, a riot. Rome is a tinderbox of labour and inequality. The gap between the rich and poor isn't just wide, it's weaponised. If a fire starts in your insula, the ladders don't reach the top. There are no fire escapes. You carry your children, your pots, your life on your back, and hope the flames stop before your floor is reached. Or maybe you're caught in a food riot. The grain dole is late, the bread is mouldy, the people are hungry. You crowd the forum, shouting with the others, demanding your portion. The guards arrive, batons, shields, blood in the streets. You are dispersed, not heard. And then there's disease. Filth lines the alleys, latrines overflow. The Tiber, your drinking source, is also a sewer. You wash clothes in it, you bathe in it, you drink from it. Parasites thrive. Illness spreads. You know the signs. A fever, the chills. A child coughing in the night. There is no doctor. No apothecary for your kind. Only rest, prayers and hope. And hope rarely comes. But still you work. Because if you stop, even for a day, the city forgets you. The empire forgets you. And hunger remembers you very, very quickly. This is what it means to work in ancient Rome. Not to build wealth, or rise in rank, or find fulfillment, but to survive, to endure, to hope that perhaps your children will have slightly fewer blisters on their hands than you did. It is not glamorous. It is not heroic. It is labour at its most brutal, its most thankless. The empire was not built by emperors. It was built on the backs of men, women and children who worked until they broke and then were replaced. Now, as the midday sun climbs overhead, your tasks are only half done. There is still cleaning, cooking, tending to the hearth, carrying water, hauling waste, your stomach growls, your fingers cramp, your feet blister inside sandals that barely hold together, and no one is coming to relieve you. Not today, not tomorrow. Welcome to the workday in ancient Rome. You wouldn't last a single one. Congratulations. You've made it past the market, survived the street toilets, and managed not to get mugged for your shoes, if you were even lucky enough to have shoes. But now comes the real challenge, going home. Or, more accurately, climbing into the creaking, overcrowded, highly flammable tinderbox that you are expected to call home, your insula. You live in an insula not because you chose it, but because you're poor. And in ancient Rome, poor people don't have houses, they have layers. Multi-story apartment buildings packed so tightly that sunlight is more rumour than reality. Your insula is 6, maybe 7 stories tall. Illegal technically, but so is half the city. And bribes are as Roman as togas. It's built of wood, clay, and wishful thinking, leaning slightly to one side as if preparing to collapse out of sheer exhaustion. You climb the stairs. Slowly, carefully. Because elevators haven't been invented yet, and the building sways when someone sneezes on the second floor. The higher you go, the worse it gets. Wealthier residents stay on the lower floors. Better ventilation, easier access, and a lower probability of dying in a fall. You, on the other hand, are up near the roof, where the air is thin, the ceilings are low, and the rats have built a local economy. There are no private rooms, no insulation, and definitely no plumbing. Just a single room shared with your family, your livestock, and any opportunistic creatures that wander in through the cracks. The walls are made of mud brick, and your door doesn't quite close. But hey, you have a curtain. Luxury. And what about fire safety, you ask? Good question. Fire is your most constant, faithful threat, because every home needs fire to cook, to light, to warm. But there's no chimney, no ventilation, and no fire code. Open flames flicker from oil lamps and cooking hearths, inches away from the wooden beams that hold the whole place together. One spark, one gust of wind, and the entire block could be reduced to ash within the hour. Firefighters exist technically, but they are mostly slaves owned by the vigiles, the Roman fire brigade, and they're more interested in watching your insula burn so they can demand a bribe to intervene. In 24 BCE, Augustus formed the vigiles to stop Rome from burning down every 3rd Tuesday. But let's be honest, they're underpaid, overworked, and famously corrupt. If you can't pay, they'll let it burn and confiscate whatever's left. They call it enforcement. You call it a robbery with extra steps. So you live in constant fear of smoke. Every night you sniff the air before you sleep, wondering if that's dinner next door or the beginning of the end. Your belongings, what few you have, are always packed for a quick escape. A blanket, a bowl, maybe a small idol of Lares or Penates. The household gods, who at this point you're hoping accept bribes too. And then there's the noise. Rome is never quiet. Carts aren't even allowed during the day, so they all roll through the streets at night. The wheels grind like thunder on stone. Vendors shout, drunks sing, lovers argue, dogs bark, and someone somewhere is always playing a flute badly. Privacy is a fantasy. Your neighbours hear everything. Your arguments, your snoring, your gastrointestinal tragedies. And in return, you hear theirs. But maybe it's better than being alone. Because loneliness isn't common here. Your insula is crowded beyond reason. Dozens of families crammed into units smaller than a modern bathroom. Children crying, adults arguing, and old folks muttering prayers in dark corners. Sometimes people rent just a corner of a room, sleeping upright against the wall like human coat racks. When it rains, your roof leaks. When it doesn't, it still leaks. The water trickles down the inside walls, pooling on the floor, feeding the mould that grows behind your bed mat. The floorboards creak. The walls shift in the wind. You develop the uncanny skill of waking up seconds before the stairs collapse beneath a neighbour. It's not a matter of if the building will fall. It's a matter of when. And if that wasn't enough, pests. Rome's rodent population rivals its human one. Mice and rats scamper through your pantry, if you have one, and leave behind little gifts. Flies buzz thick around your food. Mosquitoes breed in the drainage ruts. And then there are the bed bugs. You scratch yourself raw in your sleep and dream of itching. But despite all this, you survive. You learn to maneuver the collapsing staircases like a seasoned acrobat. You hang wet laundry on lines that sway over the alley, hoping it dries before thieves pluck it. You carry water up and waste down, always careful not to slip in someone else's garbage, or your own. Still, the insula is not your sanctuary. It is a holding pen, a temporary space between disasters. Fires, floods, famine, and violence have all passed through this building like regular guests. And yet, it stands. Just barely. There are moments, strange and fleeting, where you feel pride. A neighbour offers you stale bread. A child tugs your sleeve to show you a dead bird. The woman across the hall sings while stirring her pot of lentils. You smile, even if just for a second, because you all live in the same cage, facing the same storms. Rome is massive, over 1 million people, and the rich live in marble palaces with mosaic floors and private baths. But you know their lives only by rumour. For you, the insula is everything. Your bed, your shelter, your prison, and if the building collapses tomorrow, and it might, no one will mourn it. The rubble will be cleared, and a new insula will rise in its place. Faster, cheaper, even more dangerous. The cycle continues, and you, if you're lucky, will rent a corner in that new box and begin again. Because in ancient Rome, the poor don't rest. They adapt. They huddle together in the dark, dodging embers and curses, hoping that the next collapse doesn't start with them. And if the flames come anyway, well, you'll grab your blanket, say a quick prayer to the Laerzo, and run like hell. You're parched. You've spent the morning toiling in the heat, surrounded by dust, noise, and the aggressive scent of humanity in full ferment. You want water. Cold, clean, life-giving water. So you do what any Roman would do. You head for the nearest public fountain. Because in ancient Rome, you don't just turn a faucet and get crisp hydration. You rely on a sprawling, complex, and dangerously vulnerable infrastructure of aqueducts, cisterns, and communal outlets. And if any part of that system fails, so do you. Rome's aqueducts were a marvel of engineering. By the 1st century CE, the city was serviced by 11 massive aqueducts, some stretching over 50 miles from distant mountain springs. These channels brought in an estimated 200 million gallons of water per day, enough to supply baths, fountains, latrines, and private homes. But here's the catch. Only the rich had indoor plumbing. For the rest of the population, meaning you You line up at one of the many public fountains scattered through the city's neighbourhoods, clay jug in hand, hoping there's still pressure in the system. Now, the good news is the water, when it gets there, is pretty clean. It's sourced from springs, and the aqueducts are designed with constant downward slopes to keep it flowing. The bad news is, clean is relative. If you live near the terminus of the system, you're getting backwash. Water already passed through several baths, toilets, and industrial laundries. Add to that the occasional sabotage, illegal tapping, or natural sediment build-up, and you're not exactly sipping spring water. More like tepid mineral soup with a hint of lead, because yes, many pipes are made of lead. Not that the Romans understood the long-term neurological effects, but if your thoughts start feeling fuzzy and your coordination's off, don't blame the gods, blame the plumbing. And if you think that's bad, just wait until nature calls. Most Romans didn't have private toilets. Apartment dwellers, like you in your top floor insula, use pots, buckets, or chamber pots. When full, the contents are dumped out the window or into the nearest gutter. Yes, the famed Roman sewer system, the Cloaca Maxima, still runs through the city like an underground lifeline. But most waste doesn't make it that far. It sits in the street, baking in the sun, mixing with animal droppings, and slowly forming a biological miasma strong enough to peel paint off a fresco. And if you're wondering why shoes are so important in Rome, that's your answer. You're not walking on stones. You're walking on yesterday's dinner in its final form. There are public latrines, of course, and if you're lucky or desperate, you can pay a small fee to use one. These are long stone benches with holes carved in them, positioned over flowing water channels. There's no partition, no door, just a row of strangers making eye contact while trying to pretend nothing awkward is happening. You sit shoulder to shoulder with a retired centurion and a 12-year-old olive vendor, all contributing to the same stream of civic solidarity. The Romans believed in shared experiences. This was one of them. Toilet paper? Not a thing. Instead, you use a tessorium, a communal sponge on a stick, kept in a bucket of vinegar water. It's exactly as horrifying as it sounds. You hope the guy before you had good hygiene. He didn't. Nobody does. You wipe, you stand up, you wash your hands if there's water nearby, and then you move on. Probably to the nearest bathhouse, which, thankfully, is where things get slightly better. The Roman bathhouse is part spa, part gym, part social network, and part biological experiment. There are over 800 public bath complexes in Rome by the time the empire is in full swing. Some are grand like the baths of Caracalla or Diocletian, where marble columns soar above mosaic floors. Others are modest neighbourhood baths tucked between bakeries and brothels, but all follow roughly the same formula. A changing room, apoditerium, a warm room, tepidarium, a hot room, caldarium, and a cold plunge, frigidarium. You strip down, deposit your clothes, good luck if they're still there when you get back, and start sweating your soul out in the heat. The caldarium is stifling. Heated by hippocaust, underfloor heating fueled by roaring fires. It's a room designed to make you wish for death, or at least a breeze. You rub your skin with olive oil, not soap, because that's what Romans used to clean. Then you scrape it off with a curved metal tool called a strigil, removing dirt, oil, and several layers of dignity. There are slaves to assist you if you're rich. If not, you do it yourself while trying to avoid eye contact with the senator next to you. Bathhouses are where deals are struck, gossip is traded, and diseases are casually spread. The water isn't drained between users. It's a warm, microbial soup of humanity, stirred hourly by the movement of hundreds of unwashed bodies. Skin infections, eye diseases, intestinal worms, everything is on the menu. And yet, this is one of the cleanest places in Rome. Outside the baths, personal hygiene is a gamble. You might wash your face daily and your feet often, but full-body bathing is more of a social event than a daily necessity. Perfumes and oils cover up most smells. Lice and fleas are common, but tolerated. The concept of germ theory is centuries away, and nobody's counting bacteria when they're more worried about curses and crop failures. And remember that beautiful aqueduct system? It doesn't just supply water, it powers everything from grain mills to fountains to the flushing mechanisms in some elite toilets. But it's fragile. Earthquakes, floods, or simple disrepair can shut down entire sections of the city. When the aqueducts break, Rome doesn't just lose drinking water. It loses its public baths, its sewers, its fountains. Civilization, as the Romans know it, starts to unravel. Riots have broken out over water shortages. The emperor himself maintains a staff of aquarii, water engineers, just to keep the system running. And if they fail, you suffer. Because in ancient Rome, access to clean water isn't a luxury. It's your last line of defense against cholera, typhoid, and a dozen other slow, filthy deaths. By now your mouth is dry, your skin is itchy, and you're beginning to understand that clean is a relative concept. But here's the twisted part. By ancient standards, Rome is doing pretty well. The city is cleaner than most medieval capitals. It has public sanitation, latrines, baths, and even street cleaners. But it's also the biggest city in the ancient world, and that density breeds disease. Waterborne illness is rampant. Even minor stomach bugs can spiral into fatal dehydration. And if you're poor, which you are, you can't afford a private cistern or a servant to boil your water. You drink what's available, and you pray, not to be purified, but to be spared. So the next time you fill a glass from the tap or flush a toilet with confidence, remember, in Rome, your survival depends on gravity, lead pipes, communal sponges, and the goodwill of an aqueduct built by a man who probably bribed his way through half the Senate. You don't control your water. You just hope it doesn't kill you. And on that hopeful note, it's time to think about lunch, if your stomach can handle it. If you've managed to survive the slop of a Roman street, dodge dysentery from a clay cup of aqueduct runoff, and work a full day in the choking heat of the Subura district without keeling over, you might think a bath would be the one mercy this city offers you. And to be fair, Rome is famous for its baths. But this isn't a hotel spa with cucumber water and lo-fi music. This is public bathing, Roman style. And for a plebeian like you, it's more about routine survival than luxury. Let's start with the setting. The Thermae, massive public bathhouses funded by emperors and designed to show off imperial grandeur, are sprawling complexes of steam, stone, and social politics. Think gym, barbershop, and social media feed all rolled into one. There are over 800 bathhouses across Rome by the 4th century CE, ranging from small balnea tucked into neighbourhoods to monumental structures like the Baths of Caracalla, which could host thousands of bathers a day. These places are architectural marvels, domed ceilings, mosaic floors, marble statues. But you're not here to appreciate the decor. You're here to clean yourself before your own body odour becomes a public health issue. Entry usually costs a quadrans, the smallest denomination of Roman currency, meaning it's technically accessible to almost everyone, even the poorest citizens. But just because you can afford to enter doesn't mean you belong. The hierarchy follows you through the door. Senators and equestrians recline in the hot pools and gossip in the tepidarium, while slaves like you scrub themselves with worn-out strigils in a corner, hoping no one important notices you tracking in street filth. The bathing process follows a predictable pattern. First, the apoditerium, or changing room. There are no private lockers. If you don't have a slave to guard your tunic and sandals, someone might walk off with them. Clothes are often stolen here, especially from the lower classes, and the clothes watchers, mostly enslaved boys, are often in on the thefts. Lose your clothing, and you might be walking home barefoot, wrapped in shame and public laughter. Next is the palaestra, the exercise yard. Yes, before bathing, Romans like to work up a sweat. You'll see men wrestling, lifting weights made of stone, or flinging javelins across the field. Some even box, Roman style, with metal-studded gloves called cestus. For the lower classes, this isn't just sport. It's a place to prove physical worth. But you're not here to make friends. You run a few laps, feign a squat or two, and head straight for the baths. Your muscles are too sore from hauling amphorae all morning. Inside the baths, you'll move from the cold frigidarium to the warm tepidarium, and finally to the blistering coldarium, where steam clings to the air and your skin. There's no soap. Instead, Romans coat themselves in olive oil, then scrape it off with a curved bronze tool called a strigil, taking dirt and sweat with it. If you're lucky, someone will help you. A friend, or more likely, another labourer just trying to speed things along. There's no privacy. You're naked among dozens of others, and the sounds of laughter, gossip, and grunts echo off the marble walls. This place is noisy, crowded, and hot. The air smells like a cocktail of oil, sweat, and mildew. Beneath the mosaic floors, fires rage in the Hippocos system, an ingenious heating network that uses raised floors and smoke tunnels to pump warmth into the caldarium. Slaves tend these fires all day, shoveling wood in suffocating rooms with no light and no fresh air. Some die from the heat, but their deaths make the marble hot to the touch, the cost of Roman cleanliness. The water is changed only occasionally, and filtration is a concept centuries away. You're bathing in a soup of skin cells, hair, oil, and whatever else floated off the last 100 bathers. People relieve themselves in corners. If someone bleeds during a rough shave, or gets a nosebleed from the heat, that's just another addition to the communal brew. But in a city where fresh water is a gamble, and soap is a luxury, this is the best you'll get. And this isn't just hygiene, it's civic ritual. Here, the bathhouse is where news spreads. Someone whispers that the emperor was spotted in disguise at the theatre. Another boasts about his recent winnings at the ludus. A freedman offers political bribes in the tepidarium, while a prostitute waits in the hallway outside, pretending to be a masseuse. For the poor, this is also a rare space where you're not fully excluded. Rich and poor alike sweat together. For a few minutes, you share the same steam as men who rule provinces. But there's a danger here too. Bodies pressed together in humid air make perfect breeding grounds for illness. The plague of Cyprian, which will one day ravage the empire, spreads partly through bathhouses. Skin diseases, infections, lice, and fevers thrive here. The stone benches are often slick with something unidentifiable, and a misstep can send you slipping face first into a tile pool lined with strangers. If you're injured, tough luck. The medicus in the corner knows less about sanitation than a modern child. Once you've scraped yourself clean and suffered the caldarium, you move on to the final step, the massage and oil rub-down. Again, if you can afford it. Most plebeians skip this, but let's say today is payday and you indulge. A low-ranking attendant slavers you in another round of olive oil, rubbing your limbs with rough hands and muttering in Greek or Aramaic. The oil stings the cracks on your skin, the cuts from the field, and the raw patch you got last week from walking barefoot. You smile through it. The pain is worth the brief illusion of luxury. Afterward, you dry off with a scrap of wool. Linen is expensive. And return to your street clothes, now damp with sweat. You check the hooks in the apoditerium. Miraculously, your tunic is still there. You step outside, blinking against the sun. You're clean, sort of. But the streets are still thick with dust, dung, and the smell of salted fish. Within 5 minutes, you're sweating again. Dirt clings to your sandals. A child vomits near your foot. The bath was never meant to last. Bathing in ancient Rome is not about cleanliness, the way we think of it today. It's about participation. About appearing civilized in a society obsessed with cultus. Grooming, display, and public performance. To be dirty is to be low, invisible. But to walk out of the Thermae, hair damp, oil glistening on your shoulders, is to momentarily rise above the grime of your station. Even if you'll return tomorrow to the same bucket of water and reused strigil. And if you think this is somehow indulgent, remember, for women, bathing was even more complicated. Separate hours or entire buildings were set aside, and while some enjoyed similar routines, many were kept at home, bathing with rainwater in cramped quarters. For enslaved women, bathing was sometimes done publicly by force, under the scrutiny of leering men or cruel mistresses. For the wealthy, a balneum, a private bath inside their villa, ensured you never had to mix with the masses. Heated by personal hippocaust, scented with imported oils from Arabia or Egypt, attended by silent slaves. But for the rest of Rome, the labourers, the couriers, the bakers, the sewer cleaners, the public bathhouse was a place of renewal, exhaustion, gossip, and risk. You went not to be healed, but to maintain the appearance of being human in a city that treats humanity like a fleeting luxury. The bath was not an escape. It was a pause from the heat, the stink, the fear, and the endless labour. It was a few minutes of semi-clean respite before stepping back into the furnace of Roman life. And with that fleeting relief, you head back out onto the cobbled road. Your feet still ache. Your skin is raw. And tomorrow, if you're lucky, you'll do it all again. Let's talk about Roman food. Not the banquets of emperors reclining on silk cushions with figs dripping in honey and servants fanning them with peacock feathers. You are not an emperor. You're not even close. You are, in fact, a plebeian. A working-class Roman in a cramped insula where breakfast is less about indulgence and more about surviving another day with enough calories to walk, work, and not collapse. So let's set the table. And by table, we mean whatever flat surface you can find that isn't covered in soot, bugs, or yesterday's crumbs. You eat with your hands because forks are still a few centuries from existing. Knives? Sure, if you have one. But even then, it's mostly for cutting bread or defending your lunch from rats. Your daily diet, and let's be generous calling it that, is centred on one thing: grain. Specifically, a kind of wheat called far, spelt, and a lot of it. You eat it boiled into pulse, a porridge as bland as it sounds. Think of it as the ancient Roman version of oatmeal, only without sugar, milk, or any flavour at all. If you're lucky, it's salted. If you're really lucky, it has bits of onion or a drizzle of fish sauce, known as garum, to liven things up. That's right, fermented fish innards. It was the ketchup of the ancient world. It smelled like rot and seawater, and they poured it on everything. Bread, when you can get it, is dense, coarse, and made from stone ground flour that might contain trace amounts of actual stone. Dental care isn't exactly booming right now, so every bite is a gamble between hunger and chipping a tooth. But bread is sustenance, and if you're a labourer or dock worker, it's essential. Rome even instituted a grain dole, a nona, to distribute grain to the poor. Without it, many urban citizens would simply starve. If you're on the list, you get your rations. If not, well, you'd better hope you have a skill, a patron, or a very forgiving neighbour. As for vegetables, they're seasonal and mostly whatever grows nearby. Cabbage, lentils, chickpeas, leeks, the basics. None of it is particularly glamorous, but it keeps scurvy at bay. You might stew them into something vaguely edible if you have olive oil or herbs, but again, you're not dining in the villa of a senator. You're working with what you can afford from the forum stalls or grow in cracked pots on the rooftop. And don't expect variety. You eat the same things over and over, day after day, until famine comes, and then you don't eat at all. Meat? That's not for people like you. It's expensive. When it does enter your life, it's likely from religious festivals, public feasts, or offcuts scavenged from butchers. More often than not, it's organ meat, boiled liver, intestines, trotters, lungs, the parts the wealthy don't want. You learn to chew fast and swallow faster. Spoilage is always a concern. There's no refrigeration, and what passes for fresh is heavily reliant on how tolerant your stomach is. If you live near the Tiber, the smell from the open-air markets might turn you vegetarian by necessity. Let's talk about the market, the macellum. It's loud, chaotic, and covered in flies. Meat hangs from hooks. Slabs of salted pork and strips of dried fish curl in the sun. Vendors shout, dogs bark, beggars loiter, and pickpockets glide through crowds like ghosts. You can buy fish, fruit, wine, beans, nuts, or eggs, if you can afford them. Everything is haggled for, weighed on crooked scales, and bagged in baskets or cloths you bring yourself. Your coin pouch, tied tight beneath your tunic, thumps nervously with every transaction. One bad purchase and you don't eat tomorrow. Water, like everything else, is complicated. Rome is famous for its aqueducts, but the water doesn't always make it to the poor. You might have access to a public fountain where the water is cleanish, or you might be drawing from a well near the latrines where it's not. To be safe, many Romans, including children, drink diluted wine. Not to get drunk, but because alcohol kills germs better than wishful thinking. A mix of water and cheap wine, called posca, is the hydration of the masses. It tastes like vinegar and hope. Now about those days when food runs out. Famine is never far. A bad harvest in Egypt, a delay in grain shipments, or a corrupt official skimming off the top, and the city's food supply collapses. Bread prices triple. Riots break out. People storm bakeries, loot warehouses, and sometimes lynch the bakers. The emperor is expected to intervene. If he doesn't, he risks becoming lunch himself. Politically, if not literally. During famine, you survive on scraps, mouldy crusts, spoiled olives, stale beans, weeds from the roadside. You might boil bark or grind acorns. Pets vanish. The rats get smart. The pigeons disappear. People eat things they shouldn't. And when the plague follows the famine, as it often does, hunger turns to disease. Starvation weakens the body, and Rome's many illnesses move in like uninvited guests. There's another layer to all this. Class. Because while you're trying to stretch a hunk of rye bread for 2 days, the elite are feasting. In the villas of the Palatine Hill, couches line banquet halls. Slaves serve platters of roasted dormice, honey-glazed songbirds, oysters, figs, and dates soaked in wine. They sip from silver goblets. They toss bones to the floor. They bathe between courses. For them, food is a performance. For you, it's a necessity that never stretches far enough. Even in death, food tells the truth. Wealthy Romans are buried with elaborate funerary feasts, their tombs adorned with carvings of banquets and gods pouring wine. The poor? Maybe a piece of bread at your grave, if your family can spare it. Maybe a final sip of posca to send you off. In religious festivals, food becomes communal. Saturnalia, for instance, when masters serve slaves and everyone feasts together. But those days are rare and mostly symbolic. For the rest of the year, the lines are clear. Who eats well and who begs? Let's not forget storage and spoilage. You keep food in amphorae, clay jars sealed with resin, or in baskets hung from ceilings to deter rats. Preserving food means salting, smoking, drying, or steeping it in vinegar. Still, everything has a clock. Bread moulds quickly in the Roman humidity. Olives go rancid. Meat turns in the sun. Every meal is a gamble. Every bite is a risk. Even the insects eat well. Grain is stored in granaries, which are dark, warm, and crawling with beetles and moths. If you're lucky, you get your ration before it's infested. If not, well, extra protein. Most people don't even pick them out anymore. They're too small to matter. Children grow up with hunger. They learn to wait their turn. They learn which vendors give better scraps and which ones chase them away with sticks. Their bellies are often bloated from malnutrition, their eyes dull. Parents do what they can. Sometimes it means stealing. Sometimes it means begging. And sometimes it means going without so the youngest can eat. Yet through all of this, food is still culture. Even in scarcity, Romans cling to tradition. They bake religious cakes, prepare funeral meals, mark solstices with special dishes. They cook with pride, share what little they have, and pass down recipes, thin, watery ones, from mother to daughter, father to son. The tools are crude, the ingredients simple, but the effort is there. In graffiti on the walls of Pompeii, we find complaints about bad bread, insults to tavern keepers, even jokes about watery wine. Food was a common frustration, a common joy, a common reality. You might not eat well, but you ate Roman, and that meant something. So as you sit down with your cracked bowl of pulse, crust of tough bread, and cup of lukewarm posca, you're not just surviving. You're participating in the daily struggle that defined the lower classes of the empire. You eat what you can, when you can, and pray for the Annona to arrive on time. Because if it doesn't, your next meal might not come at all. And now that you're fed, sort of, it's time to go earn the next one. Because in ancient Rome, hunger is patient, but it always comes back. Religion in ancient Rome isn't something you do once a week. It's not a quiet, personal affair whispered in pews or practiced behind closed doors. In Rome, religion is everywhere, all the time. It's baked into the bricks of the forum, painted on the walls of your insula, and written into the very schedule of your day. You don't choose to participate. You live inside it, and it watches you like the state, because in many ways it is the state. You wake before dawn, and already the gods are in your thoughts. Before stepping outside, you mutter a quick offering to the household spirits, the lares and penates. These are the guardians of your hearth and pantry, the invisible figures that ensure your home doesn't fall apart. There's no food left to burn for them this morning, just a crumb of dried bread and a half-hearted gesture of thanks. But it's the thought that counts. Sort of. You know the stories. Neglect the household gods, and your family could suffer illness, injury, or general misfortune. It doesn't matter if you believe it. Enough bad luck strung together starts to feel like divine punishment, and soon you're scrubbing the floor and lighting incense to try to win back their favour. Outside, the street is already alive with sounds. Hawkers bark from market stalls, children dart between columns, and smoke rises in lazy curls from tiny shrines at the corners. These aren't just decorative. These are altars. Small, open-faced boxes are holding flickering lamps, burnt offerings, and the thick scent of sacrificed animal fat. You pass them on your way to work. Maybe bow slightly, maybe don't. Someone always notices. Piety is social currency in Rome. Fail to observe the right rites, and your neighbours won't just talk. They might accuse. The Roman pantheon is crowded. Jupiter rules the skies with thunder and ego. Juno watches over marriage, whether it's miserable or not. Mars is the god of war and masculinity, and Vesta keeps the sacred flame of Rome burning. A job so important that her priestesses, the Vestal virgins, are chosen as children and punished by death if they break their vows. That's the world you live in, one where virginity, fire, and political stability are all bound in a single thread, and where the divine is never more than a few footsteps away. Religion isn't optional, it's calendarized. Over 100 official festival days a year. Lupercalia, where half-naked men chase women through the streets in the name of fertility. Saturnalia, where slaves and masters switch roles for a day in a wild, upside-down mockery of freedom. And then there are the Consualia, Vinalia, Robigalia, and more. Festivals to crops, harvests, rain, sun, and even mildew. Yes, mildew. Because in Rome, every natural force has a name, a temple, and a priest. You, as a poor plebeian or freedman, can't afford expensive sacrifices. But the elite can, and they make sure you know it. Wealthy patrons slaughter bulls at the temples, their robes splashed with blood, incense thick in the air, while you stand at the back, clutching your small votive figurine, hoping the gods can hear your prayer from that far away. The ritual language is often Old Latin, barely understandable, even to those reciting it. But the spectacle, that's clear enough. Religion is theatre. It always has been. Do you take part when you can? Maybe your guild hosts a minor ceremony. Maybe you help lead a procession through the street for a local deity. These rituals are public and communal, but also strategic. They reinforce your place in society, remind you of who rules, and give you a sense that, however lowly your station, you're at least part of something bigger. Of course, not everyone thinks alike. By the 1st century CE, the Roman world is already deeply diverse. Foreign cults have seeped into the cracks of the empire. You might hear whispers of a mysterious Eastern goddess named Isis, whose followers wear white and chant in candlelit rooms. Or a strange sun god from Persia, Mithras, whose rites involve secret underground gatherings and symbolic meals of blood and bread. These religions are sometimes tolerated, sometimes outlawed, and always watched with suspicion. Romans value order above all. Anything that smells of disloyalty or secrecy is dangerous. That's why, when Christianity begins to spread, it doesn't just make the authorities nervous. It enrages them. A religion without sacrifices? A god without a face? A group that refuses to honour Jupiter or Caesar? That's not just impious, that's treasonous. But you, in this moment, probably don't think about Christianity. It's still a strange foreign sect on the fringes of Roman cities. You've heard of them, maybe. But your life is ruled by the gods of your ancestors, the expectations of your community, and the sheer momentum of tradition. Superstition is the second skin of daily life. You avoid walking under ladders, not because it's unsafe, but because it invites bad luck. A black dog seen at night? Omen of death? A sneeze? You immediately say salve, not out of politeness, but to protect the soul from escaping. You know the signs. A bird flies to the left. Bad news. Thunder after dusk. Don't travel. Dreams are interpreted, entrails are read, and omens are everywhere. Even the emperors consult augurs before battles or decisions. And it's not just the living you worry about. The dead don't stay quiet. Each year, during the Lemuria, you perform rites to keep the restless spirits, lemures, from haunting your home. You toss black beans over your shoulder at night while chanting ancient words, hoping it satisfies the shades. If you forget, well, don't be surprised if things go missing, or if the air turns sour in the dark. The temples are grand, of course, massive columns, gleaming statues, and priests in embroidered togas. But your real religion happens in the alleyways, kitchens, and bedroom corners of the working poor. You leave coins at roadside shrines. You tie ribbons to trees. You mutter charms when your child coughs too hard. You wear amulets around your neck to protect against the evil eye. A mosaic on your doorstep might feature a dog, or a phallus, or both, to ward off danger. To a modern viewer, all this might seem superstitious or quaint, but to you, it's life or death. Without antibiotics, germ theory, or psychology, you turn to the gods for explanation. Why did the fire start? Why did your baby die in the night? Why did the grain spoil in storage? The gods are fickle. You didn't do enough. You forgot an offering. You used the wrong words. Someone in your building insulted Mercury, and now everyone pays the price. And yet, despite all this, religion gives you meaning. A structure. A rhythm. A way to understand the chaos. When your child is born, you present it to the genius of the family. When you marry, you light the ceremonial torch and bind hands with sacred ribbons. When someone dies, you mourn for the prescribed number of days, burn their possessions, and whisper their name until your throat goes hoarse. Because in Rome, remembering the dead is how you keep them alive. To be forgotten is the true death. That's why inscriptions fill the walls of tombs and columbaria, names carved into stone so that someone, anyone, might remember them. And so you keep praying, offering, watching. Not because the gods are kind, but because they are powerful. Not because the rituals are easy, but because they're necessary. You live in a city where divine favour and political favour are nearly the same thing. Where neglecting a festival could be blamed for an earthquake. Where sacrifice might avert plague. Or not. But better to try than be accused of causing it. The day winds down. You pass another shrine, this one dedicated to Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings and endings. You stop. You bow. You whisper a few words you barely understand. Because the gods are everywhere in this city. And in ancient Rome, the last thing you want to do is be noticed by one of them. The sun is low on the horizon now, casting long shadows across the uneven cobbled streets of Rome. The smells of the city, sewage, olive oil, smoke and sweat, cling heavier in the cool evening air. But you don't have time to notice. You're about to learn what it means to live in a world where justice isn't blind. It just chooses not to see people like you. As a plebeian, a freedman, or worse, a slave, you exist at the very bottom of the Roman legal ladder. The law is not an abstract idea. It's a tool of control written by the elite to protect property, preserve hierarchy, and make examples out of the lower classes. Forget equal rights. Justice in ancient Rome is transactional. If you lack wealth or connections, the law is less a shield and more a weapon pointed squarely at your neck. Let's say someone accuses you of theft. Maybe a fellow vendor claims you've shortchanged him at the market. Maybe a neighbour thinks you stole a loaf of bread, or someone's sandals went missing, and your name was mentioned. That's all it takes. You're hauled in for questioning, and the burden of proof doesn't fall on your accuser. It's on you. And in many cases, if you're a slave, it doesn't matter whether you're guilty or not. The only question is how much pain it'll take to extract your confession. Torture is not only legal in ancient Rome, it's expected, especially if you're enslaved. The logic goes like this. A slave has no honour, so they can't be trusted to tell the truth without persuasion. That persuasion comes in the form of whips, branding irons and racks. You can be interrogated simply for being in the vicinity of a crime. If your master is murdered, all the slaves in the household can be tortured and executed, regardless of guilt, just to make sure the true culprit is among the dead. Even as a citizen, your options aren't much better unless you're wealthy. Legal representation exists, but lawyers, called advocati, aren't paid in fees. They work for favours, social advancement, or because they're seeking political attention. And if your case is brought before a magistrate or in front of a public tribunal, you better hope your opponent isn't rich. Bribery is commonplace. Trials can be delayed indefinitely. And the judges are often members of the same elite class as the accusers. Connections matter more than evidence. Punishments are public, brutal, and designed to humiliate. Flogging, exile, and execution are on the table, but they scale with status. If a patrician commits a serious crime, they might be allowed to go into exile quietly, keeping their wealth and titles. If a plebeian does the same, it's chains, lashes, or worse. Execution methods vary. Beheading is considered relatively merciful, clean, quick, and reserved for Roman citizens. If you're not a citizen, crucifixion is far more likely. It's agonizing and public, reserved for slaves, rebels, and the lowest criminals. You'll be stripped, whipped, nailed to wood, and left to die in the open. The birds will arrive before you're even gone. Romans view this not just as punishment, but as spectacle, one last degrading performance before death. But not every crime gets you executed. Petty theft might earn you a beating or branding. You could be tied to a post and scourged in the forum for passers-by to jeer at. Repeat offences might get you sold into slavery, yes, even if you were born free. Rome has no concept of rehabilitation. You're either useful to the state or you're disposable. Now imagine you're caught in debt. Maybe a bad harvest forced you to borrow grain. Maybe your family needed medicine. Debt in ancient Rome is dangerous. If you can't pay it back, your creditor has the legal right to seize your property or your body. You can be imprisoned, sold as a bondservant, or forced to labour to pay off what you owe. The system is predatory, and it's meant to keep the lower classes forever straining just to survive. And don't expect privacy or calm. Justice happens in public spaces, the forum, the basilica, sometimes even the market. Crowds gather to watch the proceedings, cheer on accusers, or jeer at defendants. For the Roman public, justice is part legal process, part blood sport, and part civic theatre. But perhaps the most chilling aspect is this: the law is deeply intertwined with spectacle. Rome's public games, executions, and military punishments blur the line between civic order and entertainment. Criminals sentenced to die might be thrown to wild beasts in the amphitheatre. This isn't metaphor. It's a Tuesday. A prisoner convicted of treason or theft could be chained and released into the Colosseum, unarmed, to be mauled by lions, leopards, or bears to the delight of thousands of spectators. The screams echo. The crowd roars. The Senate nods in approval. The logic behind this is both pragmatic and cruel. These executions are warnings, reminders of who holds power. And if they happen to distract the public from grain shortages, political scandal, or border unrest, all the better. For Roman women, the law offers even less protection. A husband can legally kill his wife if she's caught in adultery. A father can disown or execute his child under patria potestas, the absolute power of the male head of household. Domestic abuse isn't a crime, it's a family matter. In theory, a woman can take legal action. In practice, she is silenced by layers of custom, intimidation, and institutional indifference. Religion is no safe haven either. If you're accused of impiety, failing to observe proper rites, speaking against the gods, or accidentally disrupting a sacred procession, you can be punished swiftly and without appeal. Rome doesn't separate church and state. To question religion is to threaten the republic itself. There are prisons, yes, but not as punishment. They are holding pens, temporary jails where the accused wait for trial, execution, or sentencing. They are dark, filthy, overcrowded, and filled with despair. Most don't leave alive. The Tullianum, Rome's most infamous prison, is a damp underground dungeon. Prisoners sent here are either destined for death or forgotten entirely. Even if you're innocent, your life can unravel fast. A single accusation can lead to financial ruin, social disgrace, or permanent injury. Witnesses can be bribed. Testimony can be coerced. And evidence, when it exists, is often little more than rumour wrapped in a toga. The irony is that Rome sees itself as the pinnacle of civilization. And in many ways it is. It has an advanced legal code, courts, appeals, and procedures written into stone. The 12 tables, published in the 5th century BCE, were hailed as a step toward justice for all citizens, and later reforms introduced by emperors like Augustus and Hadrian did try to standardize trials and offer protections. But those reforms don't reach everyone, especially not you. You're a peasant, a tradesman, a former slave, a woman without a dowry, a child without a father. In Rome, justice wears a toga, but it walks with a blade. So what do? You try to stay invisible. You keep your head down, avoid debt, avoid conflict, and pray your name never comes up in a whisper that matters. Because here, in the shadow of the Palatine Hill,